All right, there we go. Making sure we got our streams going over here. Let's see if... Good evening, Demented Engineer. Make sure I got this going live here. Am I there? I think I am. Stream's going over here. Yes, okay, cool. So we'll dive right into it. No preamble. So today we don't get the Christian commenter from Saturday who was bitching because it took me too long to get set up. Okay, but this is just kind of an impromptu work session tonight. I mean, it could be other stuff, like if people want to call and talk about stuff, then we can do that too. But I was just about to sit down and make myself a bunch of notes on Godfrey Bible Study, which if you're a regular and if you like Godfrey Bible Study, maybe you don't want to watch the live stream tonight, because if I'm going through the comments, like I'm doing like my pre-read, yeah, I should do King James Version 1611. That's great. Thank you, Michael. Cheers to that. Yeah, that would be great. No, unfortunately, as always, we will be going through the new revised standard version, updated edition, the NRSV, because ain't no one got time for the King James Version 1611. You know, funny side note on that too. When Matthew had called in last Saturday, and he had the whole blowout over, you know, King James Version 1611, and then I was calling him out on the Book of Enoch because it's not in the King James Version, and he swore that it was, which, you know, that's the one thing in all of our conversations he's admitted that he got wrong. But one thing I didn't catch during that live conversation is that apparently when I went through and we rewatched it, and I did the clip video that you've seen, Michael. I guess the reason why he holds to this ideal of the King James Version is because he said in that original call that it's the original English version from which all other English versions come. I mean, that's not me saying that. That's, if you go back and listen to what he said in that original call from last Saturday, that's apparently why he believes so strongly in the KJV 1611 version, which, if you guys have, and I know the people watching right now have been on my previous live streams. So if you were on the previous live streams and you heard some of what Matthew had to say, this won't shock you. But it's just another place where he's demonstrably, sadly misguided, because the King James Version, 1611 version, is not the first English version. That's demonstrably false. And like everything else that he says that's demonstrably false, you can figure that out by doing a 2-minute Google search. It is one of the earliest English versions. And it is certainly, in terms of widespread English culture, English theological, biblical culture, it's kind of the OG for English translations. So I do understand where people would get that impression about the KJV, but the KJV is demonstrably not the first English version. But even sadder is that in no way, shape, or form is it the version that any other versions come from. He always is in other thing that says Christine something. I guess he uses like his wife's email address or something. Like, it always says Christine something on the screen. But when I asked him, you know, what his name was, I said in the original call, I'm like, do we call you Christine? And he's like, no. He said he went by Matthew normally, Matt or Matthew. But aside from the fact that the KJV is demonstrably not the first English version, it just isn't. You can just look that up. It's simple. On top of that, they don't make when they make new English versions or new translations of a Bible, they don't take the KJV and translate from that. They don't use the KJV as the source text for their new translation. In fact, it's kind of funny that he said that. Hey, Jonathan, it was really funny that he said that about the KJV because this is a really bad, lazy, anti-apologetic talking point that a lot of atheists and agnostics use when they're trying to score cheap points against Christians. Like a lot of times you'll hear it said that the translations of the Bible are like a game of telephone, that we have one version and then we translate that into a new version and then we translate that into a new one and a new one and a new one, et cetera, until the original message gets completely lost. But that is not the way that biblical translations work. And it may be funny for someone like me to say this because clearly you guys know that I'm not in the Christian camp and not a fan of Christianity, but I have a lot of respect for people who do biblical translations. Now, to be clear, there are bad biblical translations out there. For example, the English Standard Version, the ESV, is a bad translation because there are numerous points in the ESV where they're not trying to tell you what the original text says, but instead they are trying to, whenever it gets uncomfortable for them, to warp the text in order to meet their doctrinal and theological desires. So that's why, like, for example, the ESV is the first version that ever had the word homosexuality in it, because of course it is, because it's the ESV. But that being said, although there are some bad translations of the Bible out there, when people in general, when biblical translators, and I don't just mean scholars, but I mean from people working, whenever someone says, hey, we need to have a new translation of the Bible, usually when it's being done with integrity, when it's being done the right way, so to speak, what they do is they get scholars together and textual critics, and they say, okay, at this point in time, what are the oldest texts that we have available to us? What are the closest versions that we have to what we think were the original text? Which, of course, with all of the new discoveries that happen all the time, this changes. We keep finding new fragments. We don't really find complete new books anymore, I don't think. I think that's pretty rare. Or if we do find a new copy of a book, it's not older than anything else we have. I think it would be quite amazing if we found like a new copy of Isaiah that was a complete copy and it was older than any of the other copies of Isaiah that we ever had. That would be amazing, but that's usually not the way that it works. So the biblical translators who are trying to come up with a new translation, they will go back to the original text, the original Hebrew and the Aramaic and the Greek. And of course, we're talking about ancient Hebrew, and we're talking about Koine Greek, and they will, with the latest understanding of the language and with the latest corpus of all of the texts that they have compiled that reflect all of the texts that we have up to this point, then they will create a new translation. So it's kind of funny that Matthew believes that the KJV 1611 is such a great Bible because that's what all the other English Bibles come from, because it's not. It's just not. I don't. There's so many things in the conversation that when I've talked to him 3 times now, in the 3 times that I've talked to him, there are so many times when things that he says are just, they're just demonstrably false. You know, as I think I've said numerous times on this channel, whether it's in the recorded content or in the live stream, I will be the first one to admit to you that there's all sorts of things about the faith that you just either have to accept on faith or you don't. You either accept that God is there or you don't, because you can't prove him and I can't prove he's not there. You either accept that Jesus is his son or you don't. You either accept that Jesus was resurrected or you don't. I mean, these are all articles of faith, and I will happily have discussions with people about these things, but I will not sit there and just tell someone that I can prove to them that Jesus was not resurrected, for example, because I can't. I mean, you can't prove it either way. But when you have something simple, these simple points of fact, like, is the KJV 1611 version the first English version of the Bible? No, it's not. And you can look it up. You can easily look it up. Is it the Bible, when they do biblical translations, is it the version of the Bible that they translate from? Do they use the KJV 1611 version as a source manuscript and then translate it from that into more modern English? No, they don't. They don't do that at all. Not even close. So how you get these things in your mind, I don't even know. Michael, thank you very much for the tip, brother. I appreciate you. Appreciate your generosity at all times. So thank you for that. But we'll move on. I didn't spark up this live stream just to talk about Matthew tonight, but it was kind of a funny way to launch some of the discussion. So what I'm going to do tonight, you guys know the MO. Well, normally we go through comments, but tonight I need to get, I'm almost out of pre-recorded Godfrey Bible study episodes. So I need to get notes for 2 Samuel. So I always, even though I've read the Bible, multiple times before I sit down to do a recording, I read through it, do a new read through it, before the show, and I write down notes that I can reference while I'm doing the show. So again, if you are, this is hilarious. I got to point this out. Daryl says, the KJV was handed down to Moses on Mount Sinai. Exactly. Moses came down from Mount Sinai with his sandals, and it wasn't tablets. You think it was tablets. You think it was 10 Commandments. No. It was the KJV. He had a complete KJV version in his hands, even though there was no King James at the time. And could you imagine him coming down from Mount Sinai, and all of the Israelites are looking at him going, who the fuck is King James? Like, is that going to be our new king? And Moses is looking at it like, I don't know either, dude. Like, God gave me the book. It said KJV. It said King James Version. So I guess, there's some King James somewhere, and we got his version of the Bible. That's kind of hilarious. Oh, okay. So yeah, unless anyone calls in today, and if they call in, I put up a new talking point just for the hell of it. Why should I not reject Christianity? But that being said, I'm going to go through and kind of talk through this. Like I said, if you like Godfrey Bible Study, maybe you, and I know a lot of you that are on my live stream here early, a lot of you do because you're like the regulars. It's like Cheers, right? So if you want to drop off because you don't want to be spoiled on the commentary I'll bring on 2 Samuel, I totally understand that. That's totally cool. But I'm going to sit here and make some notes. Now, even though I'm starting with 2 Samuel because I already have everything recorded up through 1 Samuel, with regard to making notes here, I'm going to reread this one. Well, I'm going to reread 1 Samuel 31 because it flows directly into 2 Samuel chapter 1. So you'll see why we're doing this. So now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before the Philistines, and many fell on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and the Philistines killed Jonathan. You guys remember Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. The battle pressed hard on Saul, and the archers found him, and he was badly wounded by them. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and thrust me through with it, so that these uncircumcised may not come and thrust me through and make sport of me." Which makes you wonder, like, would he care if the circumcised came and thrust him through? But I guess he only cares because they're uncircumcised. But his armor-bearer was unwilling, for he was terrified. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell on his sword and died with him. So Saul and his 3 sons and his armor-bearer and all his men died together on the same day. Excuse me. When the men of Israel, who were on the other side of the valley and those beyond the Jordan, saw that the men of Israel had fled. That's a funny sentence. When the men of Israel, who were on the other side of the valley and those beyond the Jordan, saw that the men of Israel had fled. So I guess the implication there is it's two camps, but they're all Israelites. In that Saul and his sons were dead, they forsook their towns and fled, and the Philistines came and occupied them. Which I understand. I hope they didn't forsook their towns and leave their wives and kids there. But I'm going to assume they got their loved ones out of there before they fled. I hope so. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his 3 sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. They cut off his head, stripped off his armor, and sent messengers throughout the land of the Philistines to carry the good news to the houses of their idols and to their people, which I know this isn't the context that they use this, but, good news. What is good news, people? That's the gospel. I'm surprised that you don't hear Christians telling you that, look, this is a prophecy of Jesus. That when they cut off Saul's head in the Philistines, we're so happy about it. This must have been a prophecy of Jesus, because clearly it says it's the good news. And we all know that the good news is the gospel. And you might think I'm being silly, but given how weak and stupid all of those other non-prophecies are that Christians try to point to from the Hebrew Bible, and they say, look, that's a prophecy of Jesus, I'm kind of mildly surprised that this isn't in the list of things that they claim is a fulfilled prophecy of Jesus. Like, see, it says good news, and lo and behold, we had Jesus in the Gospels. So they put his armor in the temple of Astarte, and they fastened his body to the wall of Beth-shan. But when the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all the valiant men set out, traveled all night long, and took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Beth-shan. They came to Jabesh and burned them there. Then they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. So that was the end of, excuse me. Still got this head cold thing I can't get rid of, which is part of why I decided to do this, because if I'm talking live and it sounds a little scratchy or whatever, screw it. It's improv. But on the recordings, I don't want to sound like this, and I don't want to keep having to stop to cough. So that's why, I was sitting here like, should I record content tonight? And I said, no, I'm gonna do these notes on the live stream. So anyway, that's the end of 1 Samuel, which has already been recorded. And you can see we're talking about the death of Saul. All right. So we're going to start making notes here on 2 Samuel. And this gets interesting right away. 2 Samuel chapter 1, David mourns for Saul and Jonathan. So it says, after the death of Saul, when David had returned from defeating the Amalekites, David remained 2 days in Ziklag. On the 3rd day, a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes torn and dirt on his head, which is that's kind of funny. I know that he's probably just soiled, but it doesn't say he was dirty. It says he had dirt on his head, like a big clump of dirt on his head or something. But I know that's being silly. Where was that? Dirt on his head. When he came to David, he fell to the ground and did obeisance. David said to him, "Where have you come from?" He said to him, "I have escaped from the camp of Israel." David said to him, "How did things go? Tell me." He answered, "The army fled from the battle, but also many of the army fell and died. And Saul and his son Jonathan also died." Then David asked the young man who was reporting to him, "How do you know that Saul and his son Jonathan died?" The young man reporting to him said, I happened to be on Mount Gilboa, and there was Saul leaning on his spear while the chariots and the horsemen drew close to him. When he looked behind him, he saw me and called to me. I answered, Here, sir. And he said to me, Who are you? I answered him, I am an Amalekite. He said to me, Come, stand over me and kill me, for convulsions have seized me, and yet my life still lingers. So I stood over him and killed him, for I knew that he could not live after he had fallen. I took the crown that was on his head and the armlet that was on his arm, and I brought them here to my Lord. So, a couple notes I have to put on this. This whole narrative is essentially, if it's not a contradiction, we're at least supposed to read it as someone here is lying. All right. So at the end of 1 Samuel, we hear about the death of Saul, and this is told in the third person omniscient viewpoint. So I guess if you want to, I don't know if ancient Hebrews thought about literature in this way, but if we want to look at this in terms of how narratives are crafted, this is telling you from the third person omniscient viewpoint what happened. You know, like you are in a position of someone who's just looking at things as though you're God and you can see everything that's happening. And this is the narrative that's being given to you here. This is not a narrative that comes from someone who is in the story. And then here we get this story of this Amalekite coming to talk to David. And this story doesn't make any sense. Even if we assume that this person is just lying about something, but even the lie here doesn't make sense. So, first of all, in the story that they give, that this person says, he says, I happened to be on Mount Gilboa, and there was Saul leaning on his spear while the chariots and the horsemen drew close to him. When he looked behind me, he saw me and called to me. I answered, Here, sir. He said to me, Come stand over me and kill me, for convulsions have seized me. So this is some kind of lie. I don't know if you want to say that it's a lie that's supposed to be in the story because we're supposed to believe that this person is lying for a reason. But at a very minimum, it is a lie because we just heard that Saul was killed by his armor bearer. And in case this isn't perfectly clear, remember we read up here when his armor bearer saw, so Saul and his saw that Saul was dead, he also fell on his sword. So according to the third person omniscient piece up here, it says pretty sure that Pedal 74 is a bot. Yeah, that's kind of like weird shit that I guess they capitalize everything. I mean, feel free to knock someone out. I don't care. I mean, if they don't want to get banned, they can call and tell me they're stupid shit, I guess. But the story tells us that Saul was stricken, was probably dying, but wanted to die right away. So who kills him? His armor bearer kills him. And then his armor bearer also fell on his sword and died with him. And then down here, we're being told that this Amalekite comes in and tells this story, which doesn't match that up there. Because, first of all, they were fighting the Amalekites. And I feel like, does no one else catch this when they read this? I mean, I know I'm not the first person to ever come up with this stuff, but, this literally doesn't make any sense. So I think sometimes when you read these things, it's easy to gloss over them and not let the bullshit tactics of it sink into your brain properly. Because this is like saying that in a big battle between the Americans and the Germans in World War II, our general got killed. And at the end of the battle, a German marches into the American camp with the crown, like with the medals and everything from the general, our fallen general, and says, here's all the stuff. That doesn't make any sense. The Amalekites and the Israelites here are enemies. I don't just mean that they're enemies in general, like they're fighting each other, like they're enemies, like they're fighting in the battle was against the Amalekites. So why would someone from the opposing army come and, first of all, either tell a lie, or the end of 1 Samuel is a lie? It's one of those is a lie. And on top of that, why would they come bring you his crown? I mean, that doesn't make any, the crown, the armlet that was on his arm, and then you bring them to David. I mean, I guess I was going to say maybe they wanted to get in good with David. But the problem with that reading is that David is an Israelite. I know that he has had his problems with Saul, but the point is that the Israelites just got defeated. So why would an Amalekite even want to be in good with? And I'm sorry, I said they were fighting the Amalekites. They're fighting the Philistines here. That was misspoken on my part. But the Amalekites are not the Israelites here. So I don't know. Let me change this. I'm going to delete that one because that's not technically true. They weren't actually fighting the Amalekites. But they were. See, up here it says, and I understand that back then they had the very loose connections between groups, right? Like sometimes it wasn't as clean as we like to think about it. It wasn't like here are the Philistines all in this land and here are the Amalekites. I mean, you can have Amalekites and Israelites together, right? But here it says the Philistines fought against Israel. And in this passage, it says that they're the ones who killed Saul. But, okay, then after the death of Saul, when David had returned from defeating the Amalekites, so that's two different battles. Okay, I get that now. So Saul has just lost to the Philistines. David has just defeated the Amalekites. So I guess you can argue that this Amalekite, being part of the vanquished, wants to maybe get in good with David. So that's why he brings these things to him. But even then, it doesn't make sense. Why would he come and tell David a lie and then bring this crown and this armlet? The people that would have the crown and the armlet would be the Philistines, because they cut off Saul's head and they put him on the city gates or the city walls, and the Israelites had to come basically rescue the body. So I guess you can argue that the Amalekites and the Philistines were together. Like it's a really confusing narrative. I mean, I still, as I talk through it, you can kind of make some sense of it, but it's still contradictory. It's contradictory because the Amalekite is telling us something that clearly contradicts what we're told happened in the previous chapter. It's contradictory because why would an Amalekite come up to David and say, here's the spoils that we took from your dead king? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So then David took hold of his clothes and tore them, and all the men who were with him did the same. They mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and for his son Jonathan and for the army of the Lord and for the house of Israel, because they had been struck down by the sword. David said to the young man who had reported to him, "Where do you come from?" He answered, "I am the son of a resident alien, an Amalekite." David said to him, "Were you not afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed?" Then David called one of the young men and said, "Come here and strike him down." So he struck him down and he died. David said to him, "Your blood be on your head, for your own mouth has testified against you, saying, I have killed the Lord's anointed." Now, I had to put this note here already. Like, what? He's killed the Lord's anointed. I mean, according to the Amalekite story, which we know doesn't match exactly with the story we were given at the end of 1 Samuel, but according to this story, he killed Saul because Saul was already stricken and was going to die and didn't want to fall into enemy hands while he was still alive. So if we're to buy into this bullshit, immoral, nonsensical story, we're all supposed to, I guess we're also supposed to buy into the idea that even when a king tells you in a battle that, hey, I'm about to die, I want you to kill me, and you do it, I guess the proper response to that is to strike you down and kill you. Like, yay, morals? And I know that Christians will say, oh, this is descriptive, not prescriptive. But always remember that David is a man after God's own heart. And yet David does a near endless stream of bullshit throughout the entire narrative from the time that we first meet David until the end. He's doing one shitty thing after the next. So that doesn't make any much sense. So David intoned this lamentation over Saul and his son Jonathan. He ordered that the song of the bow be taught to the people of Judah. It is written in the book of Jashar. I think the book of Jashar is another book that's lost too. Let me look that up because I don't think anyone has a book of Jashar anymore. Well, there's a book of Jasher, but the NRSV here has Jashar. I don't know if that's supposed to be the same or not. That's interesting. I'm going to mention that just in God of Free Bible Study, just because I wonder if those are just competing spellings or what. Because when I Google this, I only see references to the book of Jasher. But I don't see. Let me see if I look only for book of Jashar, it doesn't. Yeah, this is different because the book of Jasher is a lost text, but it says that's referenced in Joshua and 1 Samuel. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel 1:18. Okay, so this is a lost text. That's so the answer is yes, and it's lost. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. You guys know I don't like when I'm doing God Free Bible Study. I don't like to try to get into super historical mode because I'm not a biblical historian. But when I know that there are things about this that ring the strange historical bells, I like to bring them up during the reading. So it's good for me to have a note there about that. Okay, so I see the troll here talking about word salad. Yeah, that's what I call prayer. Prayer is a word salad. Sermons are word salads, that's for sure. Your glory, O Israel, lies slain upon your high places. How the mighty have fallen. Tell it not to. So I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit because this is a long thing. I made some notes on this before. I already made some notes on this. So let me skip down a little bit to where I haven't made any notes. I think it's... So yes, I know it's going to be a little just disjointed if you're trying to follow the reading. But again, I'm trying to make notes for the upcoming God Free Bible Study. So if it's a little disjointed now, then hang out and we'll get to when you see the full episode. So yeah, I'm skipping to 2 Samuel 4 because I had other notes that I'd already put in there. So this is Ishbal assassinated. One note here too, I might mention this during God Free Bible Study. I think I've mentioned it before, but I always like pointing this out. When you look at the names that are in here, they have many, many names. that contain Baal, B-A-A-L. There's Jerubbaal, there's Ishbaal. I mean, I don't know how many B-A-A-L names there are, but there's a lot of them in the Bible, and not just the enemies. So you can see like Saul's son Ishbaal, right? So you think that would be a God-fearing Israelite, Yahweh-loving good guy, right? But what does B-A-A-L mean? I mean, we associate it with that evil, horrible Canaanite god, but all it means is Lord. It's the ancient Semitic word for Lord, just like Allah means Lord. And when you read most of the Bible, today, where it's supposed to say Yahweh, we say Lord. And I just bring this up because, for a society that's supposed to be so against Baal, you can see that, there's a lot of scholarship that indicates that this wasn't a people's migrating out of Egypt and taking over the Holy Land. Israelites are Canaanites. They're the same damn people. They had the same language. They had the same history. They looked the same. Now, at some point, they started trying to split themselves off and make a distinction of themselves, which is why they did not want to be associated with Baal. And yet, you can see the tradition is so deep that even in their sons, or even in their children's name, they constantly put in Baal. Just like how there are a lot of Israelite names that end with El. Mikael, Ezekiel, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of them end with El. Well, there's also, or Jezreel, like down here. There's also a lot of them that end with Baal, because it means something with regard to Lord. So when Saul's son Ishbaal heard that Abner had died at Hebron, his courage failed, and all Israel was dismayed. Saul's son had 2 captains of raiding bands. The name of the one was Banah, and the name of the other was Rechab. They were sons of Rimmon, a Benjaminite from Beeroth, for Beeroth is considered to belong to Benjamin. Now the people of Beeroth had fled to Gittaim, or Gittaim, whatever, and are there as resident aliens to this day. These always make me laugh. No, they're not. And I understand, the idea is that whoever wrote this, at the time that they wrote this, that was accurate. But I always have to point this out, because for people who want to be the hyper literalists, it's just another perfect example where you can show that you cannot take it literally, because it places like this, where it says that the people of Beeroth are in Gittaim as resident aliens to this day. No, they're not. They're not. They're just not. We see here, Grumpy's got a note here. It says, I'm seeing plenty of bald assertions that Jasher is a forgery, but very few references, and those to places places like got questions still seems likely but not confirmed. I do remember when I looked this up before during Joshua that I did see, I believe from my lookups before that Jasher is a lost text, but also I did notice that when you Google it, you'll see that you can get the book of Jasher from somewhere. I don't know if it's a book that you can buy or if it's just you can download it somewhere. And for the one that you can supposedly get today, I also had seen the same assertions that it's a forgery, but I don't know what the true. I don't know what Dan McClellan would say about it. Is that current one a forgery or not? All right, so let's see. Grumpy says, best so far. Although it is presented as the original book of Jasher in translations such as that of Moses Samuel 1840, it is not accepted as such in rabbinical Judaism. Okay, that's a good note. And I always like to be on the side of when there's doubt, fall back on what do the Jews say, because this is their text, like this is their text. So That doesn't mean that that you can't have your own opinions about it, right? But the arrogance that it takes for Christians to claim that they know what the Hebrew Bible says when Jews don't agree with you it's choice right there. Let me see here. Let me mute myself while I cough. Okay, back again. So let's see. Saul's son Jonathan had a son who was crippled in his feet. He was 5 years old when the news about Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel. His nurse picked him up and fled, and in her haste to flee, it happened that he fell and became lame. Wait, what? Saul's son Jonathan had a son who was crippled in his feet. Do you guys see like how strange that sentence or this passage is? I think what they're saying is they're starting it off with a sentence that says he was crippled in his feet. And then they're immediately following it with the story of how he became lame. But when you just read it, it sounds like they're saying he was crippled in his feet, and then on top of this, he was dropped, or he fell, and then he became lame or lamer, like more lame than he was already. But I think that's just me maybe being a little too literal in the reading, but I'm going to put a note here anyway, but this is okay. So if we read that literally, it really seems odd. By the way, you guys know that I always say I'd like to take a light hand on the band hammering, but if someone just is going to sit there and preach stupid shit without even engaging in any kind of conversation, I have no problem with kicking people out. I just don't like to. I don't want to be that person who's like, oh, you said something that doesn't agree with atheism and therefore we ban you immediately. Like that's not cool. But if your whole point is to drop into the chat and then just spam a bunch of shit relentlessly, and you're not even engaging in a conversation, and fuck you, we can get rid of you. It's not going to bother me. All right. Now the sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite, Rechab and Baanah, set out, and about the heat of the day they came to the house of Ishbaal while he was taking his noonday rest. They came inside the house as though to take wheat, and they struck him in the stomach. Then Rechab and his brother Baanah escaped. Now they had come into the house while he was lying on his couch in his bedchamber. They attacked him, killed him, and beheaded him. Then they took his head and traveled by way of the Arabah all night long. They brought the head of Ishbaal to David at Hebron and said to the king, "Here is the head of Ishbaal, son of Saul, your enemy who sought your life. The Lord has avenged my lord, the king, this day on Saul and on his offspring." I mean, I understand this whole thing started off with the whole indication about Ishbaal is assassinated. But again, this reads really weird. Like, I guess we're supposed to believe from what they tell him that they're assassinating Ishbaal because they think it's going to gain them favor in the eyes of David. So I guess there's nothing wrong with that. It's just sometimes, again, these things are written so weird that it's like, yeah, we have the heading here that says Ishbaal's assassinated, but if you don't read that heading, this just comes out of nowhere that they decided to kill this guy. But okay. David answered Rechab and his brother Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, "As the Lord lives, who has redeemed my life out of every adversity? When the one who told me, 'See, Saul is dead,' thought he was bringing good news, I seized him and killed him at Ziklag. this was the reward I gave him for his news. Which, first of all, that's not the reward that you gave him for his news. You gave him, this is a lie. it's I mean, it's not a horrible lie, but it's like, we literally just read about why he killed the guy. He killed the guy because he claimed that he killed the guy because the guy had the nerve to kill the king, even though the king asked him to. And now he's saying that he killed the guy just because he brought him the news, which, by the way, makes him sound even worse. So you're saying, you're bragging about the fact that you're killing a guy because he came and told you what happened. This is the man after God's own heart. How much more then when wicked men have killed a righteous man on his bed in his own house? And now shall I not require his blood at your hand and destroy you from the earth? So David commanded the young men, and they killed them. They cut off their hands and feet and hung their bodies beside the pool at Hebron. But the head of Ishbaal they took and buried in the tomb of Abner at Hebron. Given old school justice, I understand, eye for an eye, talionic justice. I understand him saying, hey, you should not have killed Ishbaal, so we're killing you. In the light of biblical times, I'm not even mad at that. But then he hangs them by the pool. I guess the pool was, isn't the pool like the well or something? Do you want this dead guy hanging there by the pool? I know it's not a pool like in modern terms, with like we think of a modern pool, but still, you hang him by the pool? That's weird. I assume the pool was just I would think the pool would be like a place for drinking, like a pool of water or something, but you're going to hang the guy until you cut his hands and his feet off. You're going to hang them up, the young men. Ew, that's disgusting. Okay. David anointed king of all Israel. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron and said, look, we are your bone and flesh. For some time, while Saul was king over us, it was you who led out Israel and brought it in. The Lord said to you, it is you who shall be shepherd of my people Israel, you who shall be ruler over Israel. So all the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and King David made a covenant with them at Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David king over Israel. David was 30 years old, and when he began to reign, 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned for 40 years. At Hebron, he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months. And at Jerusalem, he reigned over all Israel and Judah 33 years. It's kind of weird here because I realize that most people didn't already know that he's anointed, but he's already anointed. That's all the drama from 1 Samuel, that when Samuel got pissed off because Saul didn't follow one of his commands to the letter, then almost immediately afterwards, Grumpy says, let me pull this up here. Is that what happened to the reflecting pool? That's great. That's great, Grumpy. I love you, brother. That's great. Maybe they had a couple of people pissed off Trump, so he had their hands and their feet cut off. This isn't funny, but they probably took, undocumented aliens or something and killed them and threw them in the reflecting pool. But that's horrible to say. That's an awful thing. But yeah, then the pool got really gross. Like why are you hanging dead people by the pool? And I know I'm being silly because I'm thinking of this in modern terms, right? But could you imagine hey man, come over, we're gonna hang out at the pool. Come over Sunday or Saturday and we're gonna have some beers and invite some friends over and barbecue. We're all gonna hang out by the pool. And then you come over to my house and Adam, why are there dead people without their hands and feet hanging by the side of the pool? In fact, you know what this makes me, that reminds me of? And I know I'm beating a really old reference at this point, but it's it makes me feel like I have a rumbly in my tumbly that can only be satisfied with hands. If any of you guys know what that is, then And if not, that's fine. I'm not going to pull it up. Jerusalem made capital of the United Kingdom. This is funny. I didn't notice this heading before. That Jerusalem made capital of the United Kingdom. Now, of course, I understand what they mean. The United Kingdom of Israel, right? Israel and Judah and all this. But it's kind of funny that I guess we need to tell the British people. Like, we need to let them know. Someone tell the Limeys. they may not realize that their capital is Jerusalem. The king and his men marched to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land. Remember, in Joshua, the Jebusites were some of the people that they could not get out of Jerusalem. And it said, after they were supposed to have conquered everything according to Yahweh, in numerous places around the land, it said, oh, there were these people there that they couldn't get rid of. In some places, they couldn't get rid of the Canaanites. In other places, they couldn't get rid of the Jebusites. And it said there in Joshua that they were just going to live beside them. And now, I think when I do this in the show, I'm going to put this. I'm not going to look it up right here, but I need to reference the contradiction here in Joshua because that's kind of funny. Now they're marching to Jerusalem against the Jebusites. Because when we last heard about Jerusalem, the Israelites were there living alongside the Jebusites. But now I guess they're marching there to take it from the Jebusites. None of this shit makes sense, people. The inhabitants of the land who said to David, you will not come in here. Even the blind and the lame will turn you back. Thinking, David cannot come in here. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, which is now the city of David. David had said on that day, whoever would strike down the Jebusites, let him get up the water shaft to attack the lame and the blind, those whom David hates. This is so great. Oh, this is going to be fun. I haven't read this in a while. This is great. David had, I mean, I understand. If I'm trying to put on my best God goggles, I understand that this is meant to be a sort of polemic against what they said to him here, right? Because they said, you will not come in here. Even the blind and the lame will turn you back. So I get that this is kind of a tit for tat kind of thing, but still, this is so disgusting that David had said on that day, whoever would strike down the Jebusites, let him get up the water shaft to attack the lame and the blind, those whom David hates. Therefore it is said, the blind and the lame shall not come into the house. David occupied the stronghold and named it the city of David. David built the city all around from the Millo inward. I don't know what the Millo is. I'll have to look that up. And David became greater and greater, for the Lord of hosts was with him. Yes. Oops, let me put this here. Lord of hosts is with the guy who hates the blind and the lame. That's great. That's so perfect. The Lord of hosts is with you because you hate the blind and the lame. Oh man, that's beautiful. Hold up. All right. Does nobody read this and think like, guys, this isn't a good look? You know, this really isn't a good look. Like, I don't know if we want to put down in our holy book that the Lord of hosts is with the guy who hates the blind and the lame. And like I said, I know you can read it as a polemic, like as a response to this taunting up here. But given how bloody and nasty and literal we're supposed to take a lot of these other passages, I mean, he's telling them to go up the water shaft. In other words, like sneak in here and then go attack the lame and the blind. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's wrong with people? Who worships this fuck? Oh my gosh. Oh, and I know the answer. Christians, either don't read this. Most Christians don't know that's in there, or they'll just hand wave it away. They'll say, "Oh, it's just bragging," or something like that. Because anytime it's embarrassing, they can hand wave it away. But anytime that it suits their purposes, then we have to take it hyper literally, right? Because if it talks about gay people, we all have to take that hyper literally. We have to go down to the letter of the law, what they say, because we know that nobody would ever say anything in the Bible about gay people that we shouldn't take literally today in 2026, thousands of years after it was originally written. But when we hear him attacking the lame and the blind, I'm sure that we're not supposed to take that literally. No, that would be gross. But hate gay people. Yeah, fuck the gay people. That's good. Okay. King Hiram of Tyre sent messengers to David, along with cedar trees and carpenters and masons who built David a house. David then perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. Looks like we have, I assume this is our normal John. John, you with me?
Yep, it's your normal John.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. You just read a part that just did not make any sense. Why would you harm the blind and the other people? Why would you do that? They're homeless.
Well, like I say, there are some places where I can tell you this sounds bad, but I really know what it means. And like, I don't try to be a jerk about everything, but I'll tell you in this case, I know what the answer is, but the answer is still embarrassing. The answer is that they taunted him by saying, "You will not come in here. Even the blind and the lame will turn you back." So, they're telling him that essentially, not only are we not going to let you in, but even our blind and our lame could defeat you. So it's braggadocio on their part, right? And I get it. So the Christian answer for this is to say, oh, well, this is just him returning the braggadocious speech.
Okay, is this David that's supposed to be going into this place?
I mean, this is King David, and this is talking about when he took Jerusalem.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. This is the descendant, Jesus' descendant, right?
I mean, this is the King David. He is probably in terms of leaders, in terms of political leaders, he is probably the most revered political leader in all. Now, there are other spiritual leaders that I would argue are more revered, like Moses, and some of the prophets, etc. Elijah, they're probably revered more than King David from a spiritual perspective. But from a political perspective, King David is considered to be like King Arthur, to the Brits. He is the mythological ideal of, and I'm not trying to, I get it. Like maybe there was a guy named David who actually was a king. But I'm saying in terms of everything that he's done in the book, it's clearly myth. Just like there may have been a King Arthur 1500 years ago in England, but he's not the King Arthur that we read about, right? With Camelot and the Knights of the Round Table and all that shit. So the majority of this is myth. But this is the David that they revere, and yes, it's also the David who, like, whoever the Messiah is, whoever is considered to be a legit olden times Judaic leader, is supposed to be descended from the house of David.
Gotcha. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. I'm going to actually refresh my drink as well. And, I don't know when he'll get back, but I'll just keep talking. David to me is one of the more hilarious characters in the whole damn Bible. Not because he's done bad things, because the Bible's just chock full of people that do bad things, right? So that's not that surprising in and of itself. Like, look, you have a leader in the Bible that does bad things. Shocking. Like, no one's going to be that surprised by that. But what's so surprising to me is that he's a leader who does repeatedly disgusting things. We saw in we may not have published this episode yet, but we did. In I think in the last Godfrey Bible study, which is public, or maybe 2 ones ago, we see where he's running a protection racket, and he kills this guy because he doesn't give in to his protection racket. He kills a guy and takes his wife. Nabal is the guy who he kills and takes his wife. I take that back. He did not kill Nabal. I misspoke there. He leans on Nabal like a mob boss, steals from Nabal, and then the text basically tells us that Nabal had a heart attack and died. But it's strongly implied that this was a good thing, like God made it happen. Like, because Nabal was such a bad guy, this is what happened. So I see I have another caller here, so I'm going to mute John here. I'm not going to hang up on him, but we have Ankala Gonchik. Are you there?
Yeah, it's me. Hi. It's your Russian friend.
Oh, hey, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Actually, really good. I just finished like a 3-hour discussion with a girl from like Deutschland. Is it how you say it? Like, I don't know.
We normally say Germany, but I understand. I always think it's funny that we call it Germany when they call themselves Deutschland, which doesn't sound at all like Germany. So yeah.
We also kind of call them Germany, but a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but the same thing. It was a really fun discussion, and I think she's gonna deconvert because I bring up some like interesting topics for her. Like my claim initially was, I don't know if you do it sometimes. Like, do you sometimes just leave like kind of semi-mean, like semi-trollish comments on like different videos and stuff for Christians to this?
Oh, no, I never do.
I do it sometimes, especially when I caught them like on Instagram or something.
Okay. I mean, here's the deal, and I'm not gonna say even give you shit over it, because obviously we're of like minds. And people leave troll comments, that's fine, but I always, a lot of times when I do these live streams, tonight I'm doing notes for my upcoming Godfrey Bible study episode, but usually what I do on the live stream is that if I don't have a caller, I will read comments that people have put on my videos. And of course, I'm usually reading the shitty, snarky comments, the trolling comments. And I always think it's funny because, at least from the Christian perspective, I always wonder, like, who do you think you're helping with your trolling comment? Like when someone gets on one of my, actually, you know what? I'll pull one up just to give you an example of this. And we may not have the same definition of trolling here, right? Let me. You might be thinking of something different here, but here's a good one right here.
Give us some good ones.
This guy literally just put this up earlier today, and it says, "Brother, be not deceived. God will not be mocked. Whatever a man sows, that he shall reap. Stop idolizing yourself and your own intellect." Wait, I got to do this right. If you're going to read a comment like this, we also have to include, okay. The wisdom of this world is but foolishness to God. Jesus is your maker. Whether you choose to believe that or not is up to you, but it doesn't make it any less true. Time is running out, and it is a terrible thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Repent, all you ungodly, because he will soon return to judge this wicked and abominable world. If he be not your Savior, then he will be your righteous judge. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Now, to be fair,
so good.
I get other comments that are angry comments or nonsensical comments, but I also get just the preachy comments, which I also consider to be trolling. And when I see comments like this, I always think to myself, if 1 million people read your comment, how many of them do you think that would cause to rethink their atheism? You know?
Yeah, probably not many. Yeah.
I think the answer is 0. You know, I can't prove it, but I think that if 1 million people read this comment that I have on the screen right now, I think the answer would still be 0.
Some of them, like, there is also always a percentage of people who would just be convinced by some random stuff. So, like, they might. The chances of this is like really low, probably. Like, you would
Right.
probably agree with this. But yeah, usually my troll comments are like, for example, if I get like an Instagram reel in my feed that like, oh, like non-Christians and like ex-Christians ask questions and Christians answer, something like this, I would ask something along the line like, why Christians think that's like slavery, rape, and genocide is okay, like something like this.
Right. And even though I almost never leave comments on those types of videos. I will say that if you're going to leave a competing comment, you know, something that goes against the content on the video, then yes, hopefully it's at least something that can be grounded in facts. You know, like for example, pointing out something that's in the Bible. Now I know, of course, hardcore apologists will have their excuses for everything that you want to pull out of the Bible, but I think that it could be occasionally useful to put a comment like that on videos, because even though apologists make all of their excuses, there are Christians who literally don't know that some of those verses are in the Bible, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And that's what happened. Like, if I get like, I usually have, after I post something like this, I usually get like around 500 replies with like slurs and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'm getting like couple thousand visits to my Instagram profile and like couple dozens of new insults under my pictures on Instagram. And like classic Christian love, you know it, you love it. Like there is just nothing better than Christian love.
Yeah.
But then I would get like 1 or 2 Christians who would want to know what I'm talking about and want to talk with me. And that's where I'm getting, for example, this person who spoke to me for 3 hours and actually read the Bible with me and actually even agreed with the points that I'm making and agreed that like Bible, God actually commands like slavery and like rape and even pedophilia and stuff. Like, yeah, like, and they just like, after this 3 hours, they literally said to me, I don't want to leave my church, but you're making me struggle with my faith now. I don't know how to feel about it, because it's kind of good, but kind of bad at the same time. But yeah, you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't been doing this that long, especially the live streaming. I've only been doing for a few months. But I'm on record on this channel as saying that you know, some people that do this type of content will tell you that if they can, they would love to, you know, get someone to deconstruct. And I guess I have a much more nuanced view on that. If I say something in a video or on a live stream or whatever, that if you're a believer and it truly makes you think and it truly makes you start researching stuff, and 3 months later or 6 months later, you can tell me that something I said was the spark that sent you down that path, well then, yeah, I would be flattered, you know, because that would be really cool. But if I had a button on my desk that I could push to make a believer into an atheist, even if I had such a button, I would never push it, because first of all, then that would make me like Yahweh, like fucking with people's free will,
Yeah.
and, you know, hardening their heart or something. But also, that's a very personal thing. Like, you have to make your own decisions. You have to come to your own conclusions about, I can show you all kinds of shit in the Bible. I can show you all kinds of shit about just what the Christian church does in general, or religion in general does. And I'm not going to say all my arguments are perfect, but I feel very confident in the points that I can bring up. But even then, I will also admit to you that even if you agree with everything I say, does that mean you're going to drop religion? No, probably not. And that's okay to a certain point. I guess in my perfect world, I wouldn't be able to deconstruct anyone. In my perfect world, I would at least be able to give everyone the same perspective that I know that they're not getting from their church. And if they get that perspective and they still feel like this is important to me, or I still feel the God's there and I want to worship him, then do it. Then I would never, if someone told me I'm not sure about my faith and I'm not sure if I'm comfortable, of course I would tell them to think it through, and I'm point them to some resources. But I would never say, oh, then you need to get the hell out of there. You need to stop going to church. I mean, they have to make that decision if they're ever going to take that step on their own.
Yeah, for sure. And it was really interesting to me because when we talked, like literally one of the first questions I asked them if they read the Bible, and they said, yeah, I've read the Bible, and I actually go to church and I study the Bible. So I read it multiple times. Of course, I read like New Testament more than I read Old Testament and stuff. But yeah, I read the Bible, and then we go through verses, like reading them, and they're like, oh wait, I never really seen it that way. I never understood it. Like we never paid a lot attention to it. Like all this like slavery parts and like rape parts. Like, oh my God, like what's going on? Like I never actually seen it that way. And we go back to like Genesis 1 verses 6-7. Nice. And we read about like the flat Earth and a dome, and we actually like talking about how you can't cover the globe with the dome to separate the waters from waters, and like all this stuff, and how all the like Jesus seeing all the kingdoms and everyone seeing when Jesus is gonna come with second coming doesn't make sense on a globe. Like we're talking about it, and they're like, I never thought about it. Like it doesn't make sense on a globe. Like yeah, it's probably the flat Earth. Like it's just so nice to actually show someone this perspective, even if they don't gonna deconvert, but at least they're gonna be a better person and they're gonna know more, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. And while I don't think, as I already said, I think it's not realistic to think that you can deconstruct someone like as an act of, making it happen.
Yeah, not in 3 hours for sure.
No, exactly. I will tell you, like, one of the videos I'm thinking about recording, I always have these subjects in my head for new videos I want to do. And one of the videos I want to do is, I was a Christian for 40 years. And what are the things that I wish that somebody would have pointed out to me 20 years ago or 30 years ago or 40 years ago that maybe would have led me to have not been a Christian for as long. Because there are some things now that I've only really thought about or learned since I become an atheist, where I'm thinking, I never even thought about this. Like, I'll give you a perfect example of this. It's sitting there in plain sight. And yet for 40 years as a Christian, I never even thought to ask this basic question. The question is this, we all know, if you're, know anything about Christianity, we all know that, Christ died. Why? For our sins, right? For God so loved the earth that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believeth in him shall not die, shall not perish, but shall have everlasting life, right? I mean, that's Christianity 101 right there. I never, in all the years when I thought about my faith and I thought about Christianity and I thought about the Bible and I thought about what did or did not make sense, I literally never asked myself, but why? Why did Jesus have to die for our sins? Can't God, Yahweh, just forgive you? And it even gets worse if you think about, not only are we claiming that apparently Yahweh was incapable of forgiving our sins without a human sacrifice, because that makes sense. But then on top of it, you want to tell me he's perfectly just when the religion itself is centered on the idea that a perfectly innocent, perfect creature had to be killed so that guilty people could go free.
Yeah, that
Like-
doesn't really make sense if you think about it. But
No.
also, it doesn't make sense if you think why we have sin in the first place as well, and like how we fell. Like that story doesn't make sense as well.
So I will tell you, I mean, you're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense. But I will tell you that as someone who was a Christian for, many, many years, how I synthesized that, because the idea that I was born sinful that's just patently stupid. It makes no sense, to take that newborn baby fresh out of the womb, its first day, you put it in the mother's hands and, it's sinful. Like, that's just patently stupid. But the way that I synthesized that was when I heard sin, or when I read sin, I really didn't hear sin. I heard imperfect. That we're all imperfect. And you've probably heard this before. There's an etymological fallacy that I embraced when I was a Christian. The etymological fallacy, that the particular one that I'm talking about, is you probably heard that the word sin comes from a Greek phrase, a Greek word that talks about it, that comes from archery. And it comes from a word that means to miss the mark, okay? To not hit the bullseye, right? It doesn't mean you did a bad thing. It just means, you drew back your bow and you shot the arrow and you didn't hit the bullseye. And even if the etymology of that word is from that Greek word that talks about, archery, it's an etymological fallacy then to assume that because the word came from there, that's what sin means. There are all sorts of words in our vernacular, in all of our languages, whether you're speaking, Russian or English or anything else. We all have words that have really weird origins hundreds or thousands of years ago, and yet now we use them in a very different way. So even if the phrase, the term sin did originate from archery, the simple fact is that doesn't mean that that's the way we use it today. And that doesn't mean that that's the way that people used it back when they were writing the Bible. I mean, we have plenty of evidence, if you think about it more holistically, not just from the Bible itself, but from the other people of that time who wrote, that when they said sin, they weren't talking about imperfection. They were talking about, you did a bad thing. You've screwed up, you've sinned, you need to be forgiven, or you need to atone. Like, they were thinking of it in the same way that we normally talk about it now. But it was easy for me, as someone who's trying to synthesize it and trying to make sense of it, to say, oh, well, I'm not sinful, but I am imperfect. We're all imperfect. Every day of my life, I could have done something a little better. What's that?
We all fall short. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, we all fall short of the glory of God, right? So if you want to think of it in those terms, I can sort of get down with the idea that we all have sin. If you want to assume that sin just means that you are imperfect, that you are less than God, etc. But like I said, the problem with that analogy is that A, the etymology of the word does not actually indicate truly how it's used, and B, it doesn't even indicate how it was used at the time that the original writers were writing those texts. They weren't thinking of it as just being less than God. They were using sin to mean like you've done a bad thing, like you need to be punished for something. Like, that's the context in which they were using sin back then. But I know I went off on a tangent there, but I was saying,
No, it's okay, but like it's also like you know how a lot of the stuff doesn't really met this thing what you were talking about, how like miss the mark, because for example, like idolatry probably not missing a mark. It's a bad thing you can do. Like it's a sin that you can do. You're not missing a mark by committing idolatry. Like So
Right.
it doesn't really make sense to understand sin in a way of like missing a mark or not being perfect.
I agree. I remember as a kid, because my family wasn't like this hardcore religious family, but I was raised like we went to church, I went to Sunday school, did Bible study, all that kind of stuff, right? I remember even as a kid, and when I say kid, I mean even when I was like 7 or 8 years old. This kind of tied my head in knots a little bit because they told, they said you can't sin. And when you're a kid, you're like, okay, that's bad. I don't want to sin. And then they tell you that we're all sinful and that we need Jesus to wash away our sins. And even as a kid, I would think to myself, how am I sinful? Like, because I would think like a sin is I did a bad thing, like something that I'm objectively ashamed of. And I think for most people, unless you're a real piece of shit, most people don't do anything on any given day that they really think was bad. I may not have worked as hard as I could have at work today. I may not have, given my wife the most encouraging words or something, but I didn't do anything today that I need to apologize for. I didn't do anything today that I need to be ashamed of. I didn't do anything today that I need to go bring to God and ask him to, forgive me for this bad thing. The worst thing I did today is maybe I just didn't put top effort into my job or something like that. That's literally like the worst thing that I did today. And to try to square that with the biblical terminology and specifically the Christian theology that implies that by nature I'm sinful, that's just weird,
Yeah, it is. And I think at the end of the day, the best thing that we can hope for is to just for people to like think a little bit more about this stuff, about the stuff that they believe in. So they might not deconvert, but they would be just better person in general, even if they continue to be in the church and like follow like some principles. But maybe they will say like, okay, like some of this stuff is okay, but actually we probably shouldn't like stone two consenting adults for what they want to do, like, because God is love.
Well, and you're absolutely right. I will add to that a little bit though too, and say that although sometimes it's fun to point out the ridiculous old school punishments like stoning, right? I do think that there's a certain danger in that, because modern Christians hear that and they say, well, that's ridiculous. No one stones people anymore. And then they stop thinking there. Like they think, well, I don't have to worry about the immorality of this command, because as long as I'm not stoning people, then I'm being a better person. But to your point, if you're gay, or if your friends down the street are gay, or someone in your family is gay, and you have a problem with it and you're ashamed of it, or you think that, like, even if you're not stoning them, the question becomes, but why do you think that this is so bad? What is it? Because clearly the only reason that they think it's so bad is because their book tells them, because their church tells them, because they're raised in that way. And then also I would say, there's two things that come up here. I don't know if you follow like Dan McClellan at all, but he talks a lot about
a little bit
credibility enhancing displays, and doing things for social acceptance. Meaning, one of the reasons to persecute the queer community is because, especially if you're not queer yourself, is then it gives you someone that you can stand up in this group.
It's external evil.
Right. And you can sit there with your in-group and you can say, look at that, those horrible gay people. And it doesn't cost you anything, because, especially if you're not queer yourself, because then it's like, well, I have my wife and we're monogamous. So, it doesn't hurt me at all to persecute gay people. I mean, it would hurt me because I think it's a shitty thing to do and it would make me feel bad. But, you know, if I'm thinking about it from a Christian perspective, it doesn't hurt me. There's no negative side effects in my life from just latching on to the queer hatred bandwagon. And then, you know, the other thing too is just sometimes, unfortunately, straight people, they allow themselves to get into this mindset of thinking about the literal acts, you know, queer sex acts, which who cares? You know, like who cares what you think of their sex or whatever? Like if it's 2 or more consenting adults in the privacy of their own home, you know, whether you think it sounds like a good activity or not shouldn't fucking matter, you know?
Yeah, for sure. On a little different note, because I need to go soon. It's really late for me.
Yeah.
But, have you seen this series, The Name of the Rose?
Oh yes. Well, I didn't know they made it a series. I saw the movie a long time ago.
The movie is an old one, and it's kind of bad. But the series is great. It's based on a book as a film as well.
Right.
And the book by itself is great, but they made a really good series. I really recommend you to watch it. It's just 1 season. It's not like too long. It's gonna take like
Umberto
couple evenings,
Eco
maybe.
is the book.
Yeah. But series is great, and it also goes like into the details of like struggle with sin and all this stuff. So it's just really good. If people listening also, I would recommend for them to just pick it up. Like The Name of the Rose, it's really nice.
I appreciate that because I didn't know they had made it into a series. So I definitely need to check that, even if it's only 1 season. I guess it's 8 episodes. Also, it has, what's his name? I love this actor. John Turturro. He's an amazing actor. So I will have to check that out. Let me find that here and put it up on screen so that people can see it when I'm looking at here. So I'm just showing everyone. I don't know if you can see the screen here, but I'm showing everyone.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So I'll definitely have to check that out. So it came out in 2019, and I'll pretty much watch anything with John Turturro in it. He's a great actor. I've loved him my whole life.
Yeah, he's really nice. It also has another actor. What his name? Oh, I completely forgot what his name. But he plays the role of a abbot.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just quickly Google it.
Okay. I'm
I'm
seeing
sorry
here
for
is
the
Damien
delay.
Hardung, Rupert Everett. These are the male actors. Stefano Frisi, Richard Sammel.
Wait, I don't know his name. That's so. I should learn it.
Oh, the Abbott's Michael Emerson. He was on Lost,
Uh,
and he was also in Fallout.
Michael Emerson.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
He's a great actor.
He
and
is.
It's really interesting because he plays in another Christian quote unquote a series called Evil. He plays like the man who working with Satan. And it's really interesting to see him in one place playing like this holy but struggling with sin priest, and then in another series playing like the like basically the servant of the devil.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out, and I appreciate the suggestion there because we're always looking for, some new series, even if it's 1 season to check out. So, and it's been many years. I mean, I know the movie wasn't great, but I even liked the movie. I remember when it came out. It was one of the few movies when I was a kid in Germany. It came out, and I remember watching it with friends in German, which is really weird. I mean, weird for Americans,
Yeah, probably. But yeah, it's a great series, and I fully recommend it. I got it as a recommendation from my friend, ex-Christian priest, and I just watched it in like one go. It's surprisingly easy to watch, and it's good. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm definitely going to check that out. So do you?
Yeah.
I know you do like online debates and stuff. I mean, is there anything? I know you can't be on to like because it's super late there. Is there anything you want to promote or like tell people to go to?
No, it's in Russian, so it's no use for English.
That's right. You told me that before.
People, unfortunately. So yeah, but probably gonna hop some day after, and we're gonna talk about some interesting stuff as always. So yeah, have fun, have a good stream.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, bye bye.
Bye bye. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I always find it to be kind of humbling whenever I have members and regular people that are always like on my channel that are all over the world, and then when you are on a live conversation and you have someone he's in Russia, so I always find it to be very humbling that you can. And I say humbling, like it's not like I've done a great thing. It's not like, oh, I'm such an amazing star that has a huge audience, because I don't. But even if you have just a small audience, it's really cool when you can either in the comments or even live on a live stream have people in some cases that are literally on the other side of the world watching what you're doing, talking with you live, etc. So yeah, have a good night. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll hear from you again. I know he called in before a few 2 or 3 weeks ago, so he's always welcome to call in. You're a star for us. Thank you. I appreciate it. Always like to have more viewers than less, but I'm not too worried right now about the exact number of people watching at any time or the exact number of people watching a video that if it's pre-recorded. I don't want to be one of those idiots who says that views don't matter, because anytime you put out a video or do a live stream, you always want to have more views rather than fewer, right? If you're going to do this, you probably would like to have more viewers, but I don't lay awake at night worrying about the number of people. Although it is nice, even if I don't have a lot of people, to have the people from all over. We have regular people from New Zealand and Australia and Russia. I have some people that are in the Balkans that watch. I know one guy, I don't think he's with us tonight, but one guy who's with us fairly often is from Norway. There's another guy who's been here at least on a couple occasions from Denmark. I've talked, not live on the stream, but I've talked with people on the comments from Iran, India, Japan, like all over the place. So it's just crazy to think that you can do something like this and have that kind of reach. Not because of me, but just because of the technology, that knowing that you have YouTube and you can, in theory, anyone all over the world can watch your YouTube. Now, granted, the flip side is you're competing with the whole damn world, right? I mean, it's something like 1 billion hours of video that gets uploaded every day to YouTube, so it's crazy, but still it's fun. Yeah, Michael, I know Michael's in California. I did that previous stuff with Tavo San Abri, and he's West Coast. I think he's in California, or at least West Coast somewhere. So all over the place. As long as we don't have anyone from Canada, we don't want those Canadians in here. Those Canadians aren't good people, right? Obviously, I'm joking. All right. So, again, anyone's welcome to call in. Jonathan, I know you kind of got pushed aside there because I had our other friend come in, so I wanted to get to him. But we'll get back to our note taking for God-Free Bible Study. So, where were we at? As we were saying, Jerusalem is apparently the capital of the UK, which is good to know. It's not London, it's Jerusalem. And yes, I'm being silly. I know that's not what they mean by that. So we were here. King Hiram of Tyre sent messengers to David, along with cedar trees and carpenters and masons who built David a house. David then perceived that the Lord... Oh, that's right, because we had just gotten past David saying that he hates blind people and lame people. Oh, is Michael says, I think Tavo's from British Columbia, Canada. Is he? Okay, that makes sense, because I know he's West Coast. I know he's Pacific time zone. And I don't actually hate people from Canada. I just it's kind of like a South Park thing, the way they always make fun of Canadians on South Park. Oh, and I don't know if this is where you're going with this demented engineer, but saying Joel, does Joel read Bible? Is he in Canada? Now, to be clear, I don't know if Joel reads Bible, even knows who I am. I don't think he's never been on my live stream, and I don't know if he's ever watched any of my videos, but that might be who you're talking about there. Oh, that's funny. I didn't see this before, but he says, maybe I shouldn't highlight it, right? But he says, technically YouTube is banned in Russia, so I'm not watching you. Interesting. I didn't know that. I knew that. I don't think you can get it in China, right? So I didn't know that it's banned in Russia. That's very interesting. Of course, anyone who knows how to use a VPN can get around all that. But yeah. Oh, and yeah, you guys are confirming here that Joel is Canadian, right? Although, like I said, interesting note. Although Joel doesn't know me, I don't think he knows me. He's never been on my live stream, and I don't know if he's ever seen one of my videos or not. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So the funny thing is, there's a whole bunch of Canadians actually. Kip Davis, Paula Gia, CJ Cornthwaite. So yeah, CJ Cornthwaite. Well, with CJ, I'm not sure if CJ is in Canada right now. I know he's from Canada, but I don't know where he lives right now. You know. But yeah, they talk about being Canadian a lot. Oh, it says, Demented Engineer says, I mentioned your database to Joel Reads Bible. Okay, well, that's cool. That's great. I mean, I don't know if he would get any value out of it, but if he does, that'd be awesome. And it will continue to grow. It'll be continuing, a resource to build, hopefully for me and for anyone else. I think you guys saw the note that I put up about this, but I'll bring it up anyway. We have the Christian quiz now goes up through Leviticus. So now there are a total of 157 questions total in the Christian quiz, although you don't have to do all 157. So you can narrow it down by book. You can do just Leviticus, and then you can even say you want to do fewer questions than that. You can go as low as 10 questions, and the 30 I just added are from Leviticus. So these are, I'm not going to sit here and go through all these now, but yeah. So the next one I will do is Numbers. And I also tweaked some of the answers to some of the Christian quiz questions. And I also made it clearer up here that you receive the most points for the answer that matches the Bible. So that way, I know that I know I made the title, How Christian Are You? But there are also a number of answers in here that would probably be the answer you would likely give if you are an American Christian, but they're not the biblical answer. So that's why I wanted to make it clear up here that you receive the most points for the answer that matches the Bible. And usually you receive the fewest points for the answer that I perceive as being the one that makes the most sense. John, you back with us?
Yeah. I just had to step out for a few minutes.
No worries, man. No worries. So we had our buddy there from Russia, so that was cool.
Yeah, he had an interesting question though. I thought was interesting. How do you repent? I see. That was the only part I caught out of that conversation. I had to go help my wife with the groceries right quick.
How do you repent?
Yeah, because according to the Catholic, you got to repent. So if you didn't do anything wrong, so how would you repent?
Well, I mean, again, I will give you I will give you what I believe to be the standard Christian answer to this, which is that this is where Christians don't want to tell you that it's a religion of self-immolation. They don't want to tell you that Christianity says we're all bad people. Although they will then turn around and talk about original sin. But to your point, how can you repent if you don't feel like you've done anything wrong? So, using the analogy that I made when I was talking to him earlier, I don't think I've done a bad thing today. I haven't been perfect at them today, but I haven't done a bad thing. I didn't lie to anyone. I didn't steal. I didn't cheat. I didn't murder anyone. I haven't done anything bad today. So if you asked me to repent today, of course, at this point in my life, I'd say, fuck you. But, when I was younger, I would say, well, you don't have to necessarily repent about this is the bad thing that you did today. You're going to repent about, God, I'm sorry. I know I'm less than your glory. Please forgive me. But, in other words, if you don't think that you've specifically done something bad in a given period of time, then the only thing that you can repent for is your own gross, slovenly, fallen nature, right?
Okay.
Because on most days, even if you're a shithead, on most days you probably haven't done something that you actually think was bad. I think most of us, if we've lived long enough, can say that, okay, yeah, there were some times in my life when I did something that that wasn't good. Like, I'm sorry I did that. And, hopefully you apologize, not to God, but to the people that you fucked over. Hopefully, hopefully you were an upstanding person about it eventually. But we probably all have something, or, some things in our life that we can say we did bad. But for the most part, those things are few and far between. And if you want to be very specific about it, like if you're a Catholic, when you go to confession, right?
Right.
It's kind of hard to get into, I've never been a Catholic per se, but it's kind of hard to get into a confessional booth and confess that, well, I just wasn't perfect today. I mean, I guess you could tell the priest that, but confession is supposed to be you getting more specific about, here are the bad things I did that I need to, do penance for. Yeah. And I see even in the comments, like Grumpy is saying Catholics would probably have a very different answer here because in the Catholic mindset, usually it is more about specific actions. And I know it also depends on how you want to think about certain things. Like what, for example, if you're a Catholic, what's one of the big things that Catholics are hung up about? Sex. I mean, Christians in general are hung up about sex, but especially Catholics are hung up about sex. So, I looked at some images on the web today of some hot women with big titties. I'm not even saying they were naked. I'm saying I saw images of hot women with big titties on the web today. So if I was a Catholic, I could probably go into the confession booth and say that, I looked at women today with lust, and that would be considered a sin. The fact that I lusted after a woman, even just a picture of a woman, is in and of itself a sin. If I thought today about man, I'm really pissed off with my boss. My boss was a dick today in the meeting. Even if I didn't do anything bad, even if I didn't yell at him, even if I didn't submarine the project or something like that, the mere fact that I thought these things is, by Christian definition and especially Catholic definition, a sin. So I guess what I'm saying is, I think that if you want to say, well, how would I, what would I repent? I think a lot of the things that you would have to reach for to repent for on a daily basis would be thought crimes.
Thought crimes.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if we take this to the nth degree, and most Christians take it this way, if you and your wife went to the store today and you saw another woman who was attractive, and I'm not saying that you were gross, I'm not saying that you stared at her, I'm not saying that you went up and tried to talk to her inappropriately, but I mean, even The mere fact that you saw another woman and you thought in your head, yeah, she looks nice. There are plenty of people in the Christian faith who will tell you that that is a sin.
Everything we do is a sin, apparently.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I think that's where I think you almost have to reach for thought crimes if you're going to start working from the perspective of I'm sinful by nature. Because as I've talked about already, if you want to say I'm sinful by nature and that manifests in my actions, most days in my life, hell, most months in my life, I would say, no, it doesn't. You know, like, you guys may not like me, but I don't think I've done anything in quite a while that in terms of an action that even a hardcore Christian would say that I should be ashamed of. Well, I mean, let me rephrase that. Of course, Christians would say you blaspheme God. Okay. Like that would be the big thing that they would bring up. But in terms of like someone seeing me walk down the street, I don't know the last time I've done something where somebody would say like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Adam did that. But like, no, I've gone to the bar, and I remember like last month or like 6 weeks ago, I had too much to drink. And I mean, it's literally blocks away from my house. Right. But I know I came home and I was pretty drunkety. In fact, here's a funny side story, going off on tangents. I came home and I had these, pizza rolls in the freezer. You know how you're drunk and you're like, I need to eat something, So I throw these pizza rolls in the oven. I wake up at like 10 in the morning and I go over to the other, because the oven's on the other side of the house. I go over there and I'm like, who left the oven on? What the hell? Like, there wasn't even anything burning at this point. And then finally I turned the oven off and I opened the oven and the pizza rolls are on this cookie sheet. And I swear to you, dude, they were charcoals. They were entirely black. They were hard. I had to let them cool down, of course, but afterwards I took a picture of it. But they were little charcoals. And I'm saying that story to say that, well, under the traditional Christian, especially the Catholic mindset, like, oh, the mere fact that I went out and got drunk, even if I didn't do anything bad, even if I didn't, hit on some woman or get in a fight with someone, or I didn't drive home drunk because, like I said, I walked to the bar, they would still say the act of the drunkenness is, it's, what's the word for it? It's not sloth. It's not one of the 7 deadly sins. They would say that was a sin in and of itself, just going out and getting drunk. I like that Grumpy says, now I have It's a Sin from the Pet Shop Boys in my head. Yes, Grumpy. I have to say, I've always been a huge fan of the Pet Shop Boys. And when I grew up in the 80s, they were amazing. So, yes, It's a Sin was an incredible track. But it's funny that we mentioned that you're talking about this now because I'm not going to sit there and tell you that original sin makes sense. But in a way, the more that I think about it, and I'm not going to say that thought crimes make sense, but in a way, the more you think about it, like, you almost have to have thought crimes if you are going to lean on this original sin doctrine.
You got to do something. I mean, what else can you do?
Right. Because if you don't go to thought crimes, then, most days, most of us aren't doing anything that was physically wrong. Most of us didn't kill anyone today. Most of us didn't get in a fight with anyone today. Nope. Most of us didn't steal anything today. Nope. Most of us didn't do things that are clearly outlined as forbidden actions.
Right.
Yeah, Demented Engineer says gluttony. Yeah, so I guess getting drunk would be absolutely under gluttony. So I was guilty of the sin of gluttony by going out and getting drunk.
Well, at least you didn't get a DUI out of it.
No, and I can't get a DUI now because I haven't had a car like in 2 years. Right after I moved here, and not because of DUIs or anything, but right after I moved here, my car got totaled. This woman T-boned my car. I was driving down the street, and she ran 2 stop signs, T-boned my car, totaled the car, and of course, I've had a car my whole life, but I said, we're living here in the heart of New Orleans. I walk everywhere, and I say, I don't think I want another car right now. And I haven't had a car in 2 years, and I don't know if I'm ever going to have a car again.
Well, I guess that's where the bicycle comes in.
True. Although I don't even have a bicycle right now, but I probably will get a bicycle at some point.
Oh, you got to look into the e-bike.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got this all over here.
Oh, my. Well, I'll let you go back to your thing there, because those things are fun to comment on.
Yeah. Yep.
Especially when you're reading them and you come to David. And I die in the story. Wonderful. I die.
All right. I'll get back to it then.
Who did that die again?
What's that?
How did that die again?
Oh, well, you died. You died in the battle. I don't think it actually said how Jonathan died. Saul, your dad, died of arrows, but it didn't actually say how Jonathan died. It just said he died in the battle. So he probably died because you hadn't gotten any good loving from David in a while, and that was making,
Oh gosh. I lost my best friend.
All right, brother. I'm gonna get back to this reading.
All right, go ahead. I put myself on mute.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, let's see. Looking at comments here, a few other comments to hit. So where am I at here? Am I not getting the latest? Where am I at? Oh, there we go. So Demented Engineer says, "Oh no, a total car, 2 years." So I've had a car like most adults, especially most American adults, since I was 16. And the funny thing is, I had these 2 cars. They were both Kia Niros, brand new cars. I loved them. They were great cars. And one got totaled like 6 months after I bought it, and this was in Florida. And then I went out and got another Kia Niro because, of course, the insurance paid for that. And then I came here to New Orleans, and this one got totaled like after a year. And maybe, of course, I don't believe in these things, but maybe it was like the big guy was trying to tell me something. Like maybe you should stop trying to do the car thing. But more importantly, where I'm at in New Orleans, I walk everywhere. I walk to the Quarter. I walk to the Bywater. That's a neighborhood. I walk to the Marigny. I walk to the Treme. I walk to the CBD. These are all neighborhoods in New Orleans. And it's healthier. Even when I'm getting drunk, it's healthier to walk everywhere, And I love it. And if I want to go somewhere further, I take an Uber, which sounds expensive, but when you don't have a car payment anymore and you don't have car insurance, it's not expensive to take Ubers. And the only thing I had to adjust to was that the closest grocery store is a half a mile away. So I have a cart. It's not a red wagon cart, but it's a cart. And I pull it up, walk down the street a half mile to the grocery store, and I walk through the grocery store and I fill my cart. And, I pull it back to the house when I'm done shopping. That's like the biggest adjustment that I've had to make. And then finally, if I want to take a long trip, not something you're going to Uber, then I rent a car. A few times we've gone out of town. Like I went to Asheville one time. I went to, over to Mississippi for something. And like when I do that, I rent a car. And it's a little bit of an annoyance because you have to go rent the car. You have to go show up there and sign for it and all that crap. But compared to having to have a car, it's actually nice. Also, one last point on that before I move on, that the house that I have, very, very old neighborhood. The house is 200 years old. And there's no garage. There's no driveway. So, you have to park on the street here. And not that that's unmanageable, but when you're close to downtown New Orleans and you have your nice brand new car parked on the street, a lot of things happen to it. So it's kind of cool just to not have to worry about the car anymore. I haven't missed it at all. I'm not saying I'll never get a car. At some point, 5 years from now, maybe I'll get a car again. But I haven't been missing it. And Grumpy points out that
which corner do you live on?
What's that?
Which corner do you live on? I can watch the live cams.
Oh yeah, well, there's not. I'm not actually in the quarter, so there aren't any cams on my corner. But if you watch the French Quarter cams, you'll see me frequently. I'll give you that.
Oh, cool. So I'll have to watch it sometime.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome, dude.
And Grumpy here says the 7 deadlies aren't biblical, which is true. I did know that. Not that this ever stopped any Christian, and certainly not Catholics. Public drunkenness was a faux pas in first century Judea and Roman culture, though. So some on that. So you're absolutely correct that the 7 deadlies are not biblical. Although, it depends on how forgiving we want to be on the term biblical. Because you can read into the things in the Bible, especially the New Testament, and you can sort of understand how they came up with the concept of the 7 deadly sins. But of course, some of them aren't even spelled out explicitly in the Bible. And even the ones that were never put in a list that said these are the 7 deadly sins. They weren't put in any lists at all as far as sins. So they are all implied. All of the 7 deadly sins. I mean, the 7 deadlies comes from the Middle Ages. I think it was Dante or someone who came up with the 7 deadlies. I don't know. I had to look that up, but it was around that time when they came up with these ideas of 7 deadly sins. But you're absolutely correct. Totally get that. And then Michael says, haven't drove since 2004. I'm totally with you, brother. And of course, I'm privileged right now. I have a house in Florida, but as you guys know, I'm usually in New Orleans. And in most cities in the U.S., it's not very practical to not have a car at all. I would argue that in some cities, it's almost impossible not to have a car because some cities just don't have walkable neighborhoods. I'm very happy to be where I'm at right now because I love being in a walkable neighborhood. I love the fact that I can walk to bars, restaurants, grocery stores, shops, parks, all of it. And if I want to go a little further, I can Uber. But it's great being in a walkable atmosphere. So Steve Bano says, after your parents created you, how did you pick your favorite story of God? I don't know if that's aimed at me or just at the general chat, but after your parents created you, how did you pick your favorite story of God? Well, first of all, anything that I pick as being my favorite would by definition be after my parents created me. There's nothing I've ever picked as my favorite that was picked before my parents created me. So I'm not sure exactly where you're going with the lead into that of after your parents created you. I don't know if that's meant as a dig, like as to whether or not my parents actually created me. But in terms of your favorite story of God, that's a good question. I mean, my whole life, I'm trying to think of what was even like the favorite story of, I think like most Christians, it would definitely be something about Jesus and not about Yahweh, because there wasn't anything in the Hebrew Bible that I could on any level say was my favorite story. I know there are Christians who will tell you, oh, they love Exodus, Moses, all that kind of stuff. But like, no, even when I was younger, that was never favorite story. So I'm trying to think, with regard to Jesus or the New Testament, what would be, I mean, my favorite book, I think, has always been Ecclesiastes, but that's not really a story of God. It's a story in God's book, if you're a Christian. but it's not really a story of God. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, yeah. Tell me all your thoughts on God, because I'm really going to see her. Yeah, totally get that, Grumpy. I don't know. I'm going to have to punt on that one. I'll have to think about that one. Because even with regard to Jesus, it's like, what was my favorite story of Jesus? It's really hard to say. There are stories that I thought were more interesting than others. I mean, like the story of him being tempted by Satan in the desert, that's a very interesting story. The story of him breaking down in Gethsemane, I think, is very intriguing. And I think that for those who really want to connect to Jesus on, feeling like he really was a man in dealing with human emotions, I think that that's a very intriguing story. But I don't know. I'd have to punt on that one a little bit and think about it, because I'm not sure if I really had like a favorite story of God. That's kind of hard. I think probably later, even after the live stream, I'll think, oh yeah, there was this one that I always loved. Now there were verses that I loved more, but they weren't really stories of God. You know what I mean? Like there are certain verses that I glommed onto. Anywho, Grumpy says here, mine would be the woman caught in adultery. Not only a great story, but completely made up and added to the Bible centuries later. Absolutely. That's true. I didn't know until probably the last year that was made up. Even though I'd read the Bible multiple times, I didn't read the notes on it, so I didn't know. Now I'm much more tuned into the pieces that have been added, the Johannine comma and, the long ending of Mark and all of that. Okay, moving on to my notes here. So this is after David has decided that he hates lame and blind people. That just doesn't get old for me. Just a second, guys. You know what that really reminds me of? The whole hating blind and lame people. It reminds me a lot of, if you guys have watched Godfrey Bible Study, you might remember when I read, I had a legitimate long laughing session in the recording of that, when it's talking about how dwarves cannot approach the temple. They cannot, approach the altar. They can't do sacrifices. And it's not funny, but it's so gross. It's so unapologetically gross that I couldn't help but just laugh at it, because it was so bad. Like that you have in your holy text that a dwarf, and I use the term dwarf because that's the way it was translated. I know that modern times, those people don't normally like to be referred to as dwarfs, but this is the way it's translated from the original Hebrew. So the fact that they had the dwarves in a list of like these horrible people that, couldn't approach the altar, like people who have crushed testicles, people that are hunchbacks, because we shouldn't, we should hate hunchbacks as well. People that have skin, defiling conditions, like this list of all these horrible things, and then like dwarfs, like, oh my gosh, like that's so sad for someone who was born as a little person, Let me see what the comment here from Steve is. Says, I was raised in the Christian faith, but I always just a second. I was raised in the Christian faith, but I always think these stories are new, and I wonder what story of God I'd pick 900 trillion years from now. So that's a good point, Steve. I will say, maybe part of the reason that I find it hard to actually say like favorite story of God is because even now, even though I've read the Bible multiple times cover to cover, I've said this multiple times on my channel that like when I'm doing Godfrey Bible Study, stuff sticks out to me now that I never noticed when I was a Christian. It just never even even when I read the words on the page, it just didn't register in my brain. And I know why. It's because I didn't want it to register. Like course, some of it's boring, like the lineages and such. But even on the stuff that wasn't boring, like some of it just felt like, oh, here's a long passage about war. And I would just kind of skim through it. Because I didn't want to read all this shit about how you're supposed to kill everyone. Like, I knew it was gross, but I wasn't paying that much attention to it. What were you saying there, John?
I wonder if that's what that word means in Revelations. I was looking for that word.
Which word?
He said he hates the Nickelodeons. If I say the word right, Nickelodeon. I'm not saying the word right. Nickelodeons.
Euclideans?
Nickelodeons. I'm saying the word right? Because he says,
do you have a verse?
That's what I was looking up.
All right. Let me know when you get a verse.
It's in the where he's sending the 7 letters.
I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I wouldn't know off the top of my head what that verse is.
Okay, let me find that verse and I'll get back to you.
Yeah. All right. So, going back through this. So, David then perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom for the sake... Actually, now that I read this again, it's weird how... Like, I just read this sentence before, but like sometimes when I read it again, new things come out. So it says, King Hiram of Tyre sent messengers to David, along with cedar trees and carpenters and masons who built David a house. And then it says, David then perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel, which makes me wonder, like, this was when David perceived it? I mean, remember that David was anointed, if we're going to believe the text, as king early in 1 Samuel. Now, no one else knew it. It was a secret anointing. And yet now it says that David perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel. That's a weird sentence. Are we to believe that he perceived it because King Hiram built him a house? That's strange.
Oh, I think I got it.
Okay.
It's Revelations 3, verse 6 and verse 15.
Give me a second. I'm writing this note here, but I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Revelation 3, you said?
Revelation 3, verse 6 and verse 15.
Well, verse 6 says, let anyone who has an ear listen to what the Spirit is saying to the churches. That's 3:6.
Am I looking at it right? But this through has that those hates the deeds of the NIC-O-OA-
The Nicolaitans?
Yeah. That's what I got here.
Let me search for this here. So here is I think you got your chapter off there. It's Revelation 2:6 and 2:15, not 3:6 and 3:15.
That's weird. Mine says Revelation 3. Oh, I'm looking. Okay, I'm sorry. I looked at it wrong. It is chapter 2.
Well, if you're in the King James Version 1611 edition, I'm sure it's different there.
No, this is my mama's red book.
Because if it's not in the 1611 King KJV, then it's just not the Bible, right?
Well, let me check that book too.
It says, yet this is to your credit. You hate the works of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. I have no idea what that refers to. I'm going to Google that real quick and just see what the Google tells me. The Nicolaitans, the Nicolaitans were a heretical sect in the early Christian church. Explicitly condemned in the book of Revelation. They are historically understood to have promoted a dangerous compromise with pagan culture, advocating for antinomianism, the false belief that Christian grace allowed believers to engage in sexual immorality and eat food sacrificed to idols. Interesting. Okay. So that's what that's referring to. It's not referring to lame and blind people.
Okay. It is also in the Apocrypha too.
Yeah.
It's in the Apocrypha too. It's there.
And then Steve says, have you ever looked up the level of education for the masses when the New Testament was written? I mean, I haven't formally looked that up, Steve. I will say that I can basically tell you what the level of the education was for the masses, which is that by modern standards, they weren't educated at all. Now, that being said, Judea, which would have been, the Israelites during the time of Jesus, that where they lived was, it wasn't called Israel, it was called Judea. And Judea actually had, from what I understand, a higher rate of literacy than was common in other areas at that time. Now, to be clear, when we say rates of literacy, it's important not to get that mixed up with current ideas of literacy, meaning that nowadays, even people that are pretty poorly educated throughout the world often can, read and write vast swaths of stuff. Whereas I think that back during the time of Jesus, the literacy rate would have been tied much more to the types of writings that you could expect in commerce. So people in Judea at the time of Christ were probably much more likely to be able to at least read and write basic things in order to record like commerce and such. Does that mean that they could read all of the scriptures? Probably not. But even if they could read all the scriptures, theoretically, they probably still hadn't read the scriptures because there weren't Bibles sitting everywhere. The only scriptures were in the temple and, held by Pharisees and high priests and such. So yes, I think that people in Judea, generally speaking, were considered to be a little more literate than what we normally think of for ages at that for the age across the Mediterranean. But it's not literate in the way that we think of today. Another thing to keep in mind too is that sometimes skeptics, when they're trying to score cheap points against Christians, will say like, well, these people weren't even speaking Jesus's language, or Jesus wasn't speaking the language of the people that wrote the Gospels. And it's fair to bring these things up. But you also have to remember that what they probably would have spoken in Judea at that time would have been a patois that would have been some degree of Latin, some degree of Aramaic, maybe some Hebrew if they were on the more formal Israelite side, but mostly Aramaic, and then some degree of Greek. Greek was the lingua franca of commerce at the time. So I'm not saying that everyone in Judea was fluent in Greek, but I'm saying that it would be as though it would be like someone in America who's of Latin origin, right? Like maybe they're an alien who came here from Central America. And even if they are not fluent in English, they would probably know enough English to get by because they're living in an English-speaking country. And a lot of these people would have known at least some Latin because Judea at the time was a Roman province. That doesn't mean that everyone would have known Latin, but some of them would have known at least enough Latin to, interpret things that have been written in Latin, in terms of edicts, or to have conversed with some of the Roman soldiers and such. So there was a greater degree on some level of multilingualism going on there than some people might give them credit for, but but it's not to say that they were all fluent in 3 or 4 different languages. That would be incorrect. They probably had a patois of different words from different languages that they would use, and they would probably know different contexts in which to use them. And the written thing is probably the same as well. So they probably knew, probably almost everyone at that time knew how to read a ledger as far as like what they owed in taxes, right? They probably knew how to read if there was something on the outside of a jar that said what was inside the jar, they could probably read that. But could they sit down and read a full text from Plato? No. I'm sure most of the people at that time could not have done that. I'm sure most of the people who would have been sitting like at the Sermon of the Mount, for example, a Sermon on the Mount, probably would have been what we would call today functionally illiterate. You know, a functionally illiterate person can probably read a stop sign because they have to know how to stop when they drive their car. They can probably read basic things, but they're probably not, functionally speaking, very literate. So I probably went way off a deep end with your question there, Steve. But and I'm not an authority on this, but it's my understanding that the literacy of the people at that time in that region is a little more of a complex question. I'm not saying that you were implying that it's not complex, but it's a little more of a complex question than a lot of people try to give it credit for. There was a lot of multilingualism going on at the time. There was a lot more literacy going on at the time than we sometimes believe, but it wasn't fluent multilingualism, and it wasn't writing to the extent that they could sit down and read and write long, detailed scripts. With that, I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, and also I'm going to grab some soda, and I will be back shortly. I will tell you guys, as I always do, that if anyone leaves the live stream, I actually know where every one of you are, and I will actually show up at your house in a very creepy fashion, and I will ask you why you dropped off the live stream. Don't make me do that. So I will be right back.
And I'll let you know if he runs down to the bar. Oh, there he goes, running to the bar right quick. He's hitting the pub. I'll try to entertain, but I'm not a very good entertainer. There's a man on a corner selling or doing, I don't know, trying to get people to come into the store. There's a man selling hot dogs on the street. Run!
All right, John, I went to the bar. It was really busy, so I came back.
Yeah, I saw you run down to the pub.
Exactly.
And the man selling hot dogs on the street. I tried to entertain.
Well, I love our comment here. So we have Happy Pride Month. So yes, absolutely, Happy Pride. I also love though that this comes from someone who's icon is 42, which could be how old you are. Could be that you love that your favorite sports player. But I hope that's because 42 is the answer for life, the universe, and everything. And if it's not why your icon is 42, then just shut up and pretend that it is, and it'll make me happy. And I also love that the username is Ethics Over Faith. That is a wonderful username right there. Ethics Over Faith. I could have made that the name for the channel, obviously. Honestly, like that's a great name. So I appreciate that very much. And yes, happy Pride, everyone. We had a big Pride thing in New Orleans last week. Although I know it's of course the whole month, right? But most of the Pride stuff here was last week. Although I have to say this, although I certainly love and support Pride, we were talking to a number of people around our neighborhood, and as much as we love Pride, we don't get into Pride that much here in New Orleans. Not because we don't love it, but because A, it's June and it's fucking hot out there, and B, it's like we live in Pride City. I mean, New Orleans is like the epicenter of Pride. So although I love Pride, it's really kind of feels like, oh, it's like Tuesday. You know, it's like, oh, look at that, it's Pride. I mean, the closest bar to my house is a gay bar. So there's, there's Pride everywhere. So, I mean, that's a wonderful thing. It's a great thing. But as opposed to being in other cities I've been in where Pride is like the one excuse to finally show your pride, right? But here it's like kind of like every day is Pride Day in New Orleans, as far as I'm concerned. And also, I don't know if you guys know much about New Orleans, but one of the coolest, biggest Pride-like events here isn't even during June. At the end of every summer, at Labor Day weekend here is always Southern Decadence Festival, which is basically like every gay person in the city deciding that Labor Day is going to be another gay pride weekend. It's wonderful. It's fun. It's awesome. So my point is we got a lot of pride in New Orleans, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So yes, happy Pride Month to everyone. All right. So where are we at here? So we did some learning today about the Nicolaitans. That's very interesting to know. So I've hardly read anything in Revelation since the last time I read the whole book all the way through, which is like 12 years ago. Obviously, I've referenced it a few times during other videos that I've done. And of course, eventually we will get to it in God Free Bible Study. But when we get there, we'll be, that it's going to take a while since that's the last book of the Bible.
Yeah, I'd like to join in on that one.
On Revelation?
Yeah, that's what I've been studying a lot of.
I mean, if you're going to study the Bible, I guess it's as valid as studying anything else. I will say that for me personally, and I'm not asking you to, agree with me or go along with me on this, but for me personally, I get really tired of Revelation stuff and Revelation studies. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you studying it, but my point is that it just becomes such a focus of people who want to dive into something and try to extract meaning out of something when usually the answer is that it's not as deep as you think it is,
No, it's not, because it almost sounds like Enoch.
Very
Revelation
much.
It really does.
And of course it's all this fever dream, acid trip prophecy stuff. Of course, I think you know this already, but the standard scholar's answer to this, I'm not saying it's all scholars, but the standard scholar answer to this is that this is about Nero. This is about Rome. It's about stuff from literally just 100 years or so after the death of Christ. But of course, because it's written in the way that it's written, and because it's written in all this standard vague, flowery, prophetic fever dream shit, of course Christians glom onto it. They won't let go of it. And I've said this before, like if I could, I would never deconvert someone, but if I could be emperor for a day, and if I could make one book of the Bible just go away, not
Revelation.
not to remove it from canon, because of course if you tried to forcefully remove something from canon and everyone didn't want you to, they would just put it right back. But if I could snap my fingers and make a book just disappear out of everyone's mind at all, it would be the book of Revelation, because I think that book actually does damage, because people want to read into it so badly, and they want to cling to this fantasy of, trying to feel like, oh my gosh, I've read Revelation, and I know what it means. Like my crazy ex-pastor who's now living, under a mountain somewhere, he told me that this is what this one verse means, and someone else told me that this connects to something else, and it's like, oh my gosh, it gets so tiring to see the incredible extents to which people will flog this thing to death. But that's of course my own 2 cents on it, right?
They will, because my dad does it to me all the time. He drags me through Revelation so much, and it drives me up the wall.
Right.
And if I don't continue trying to study this part, then the way we're going through Revelation somehow. I don't see how, but he drags me through it. And
I understand where you're coming from, John, because when you have family members who are really ate up with this, sometimes, of course, you can't help but dive into it to at least be able to talk to them about it on some level. Although I will also tell you, I'm not scolding you or anything, but I'm saying to a certain extent, it's a fool's errand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I get you. I get what you're saying.
It really is. Because he wants to make it sound like we are living in Revelation. How can we be living in Revelation when some of it is true? And according to Revelations, the ones that are over there right now in Israel, they're not the true Israelites.
Right.
According to Revelation. It don't make a lot of sense. If they're not the true Israelites, then who is the true Israelite?
Well, and even everyone who starts pulling up Revelation, and they want to tell you what it means, and they want to tell you all the things that are happening today, and they want to tell you what's about to happen. Guess what? They are just using their own personal interpretation, or the interpretation that they got from someone else who they think is telling them the truth. In other words, you cannot look at the book of Revelation and tell me this is what this verse means, because it's all vague shit. I've used this analogy before, but I'll say it again. It's no different than when you pull up the quatrains of Nostradamus, because just like Nostradamus, it's written in these vague terms, this fever dream kind of term. And the simple fact is that if you want to read Revelation and you want to believe that it's telling you about something that's happening in Israel today, or if you want to believe it's telling you something about Trump, or if you want to believe it's telling you something about the breakfast that you ate this morning, then you will find it. You absolutely will find it there, because it is a complete Rorschach test. That's all it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree on that. What you said earlier, if that was the one book you can take out, hey, I would grant you that wish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh, because it's a terrible book.
And I do appreciate what you're saying, though. Like, you have a family member who's ate up with it, and to some extent, you want to be able to counter some of what they're saying. To some extent, you just want to be able to talk knowledgeably about what they're claiming. So, you end up diving into the muck, right? But
because it's hard for me to dive into the other books when he's got me so stuck in Revelations.
Right.
I'm about sick of Revelations. I'm about sick of it.
Yep. I'm going to ask. At some point, can you drop off and come back in if you're going to stay with us, John? Because we're getting the feedback stuff again.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's my only problem. Yeah, I'll agree to come back later or something.
Okay.
But it's just one book that drives you up the wall. It will. It will
It
drive you up
will.
the wall.
It totally will.
All right. Well, I'm gonna click off of New Orleans and go back to your show.
All right. Thanks, man.
I'm enjoying the show down there, especially the guy selling hot dogs.
Exactly.
Or later.
See ya. Yeah, the Revelation stuff, I'll tell you. I mean, the Revelation stuff is just absolutely fucking exhausting. Because, and it's not just talking to people in person. Like, if you go out on YouTube, not every apologist does this, of course, but there are some apologists who love to just spend all this time diving into Revelation. And they're going to tell you why every headline that they heard about this afternoon is somehow tied to Revelation. And they're going to tell you that they know exactly what Revelation means. And, like I said earlier, the scholarly consensus on Revelation is that it's Nero and it's Rome, and that this is talking about things that happened literally 18 or 1900 years ago. But the simple fact is that because of the way Revelation is written, nobody can tell you definitively what Revelation is about or what the references are in reference to. Not a Christian, not a Jew, not an atheist. I mean, no one can, because it's just like reading quatrains from Nostradamus. It's a fucking Rorschach test. You can pull that shit up and you can sit there and you can pull anything out of it that you want to. And no one can argue with you, because, I mean, we can always argue about anything, right? But nobody can tell. It's just like God, okay? I can't disprove that your God's there. You can't prove that God is here. I mean, there is literally no way for either side to definitively prove. It's just a matter of, people going back and forth. Well, Revelation is the same thing, but it's just on a more, it's not as big and broad as God, but Revelation is the same thing. Like, there is not a single word of Revelation that you can pull up with any intellectual integrity and tell me you know that you can prove this is what it means. I mean, you can tell me what you think it means. You can say, oh, I read this verse and I'm convinced that it means this thing. And you can tell me that you're convinced that it maps to this event that's happening in real time right now. But all of that is just your opinion. It's all your assertions. And that's all it can ever be, because the entire book of Revelation is a fever dream. It's an acid trip, and it's purposely written to be that way. It's written to be a funhouse mirror that anyone can look into, and they can all pull out of it whatever interpretation they want to. And at the end of the day, you can assert all you want what those things mean, but you can't prove any of it. You can't prove a single fucking word of it, because it's all completely non-specific. It's all spoken in mythical beasts and rivers and seals being broken and angels being released and all of this crap. I mean, how that applies to modern day, I mean, I know what the answer is. It doesn't. But I'll also tell you, no, I can't prove it doesn't apply to modern day, because you can't prove that it applies to modern day either. It's just people reading tea leaves or reading entrails. I mean, that's really what it is. It's like reading entrails. If you want to get into reading entrails and you want to tell me that you looked at these entrails and it means that the Giants are going to win the Super Bowl next year, sure, whatever. however you want to interpret it. There's no way to answer it, because it's nothing more than your version of the fever dream versus someone else's version of the fever dream. And at the end of the day, it's completely circular. It's always completely circular when it comes to the book of Revelation. It gets really tiring too. I'll say one more thing about that before we move back into the notes here on 2 Samuel, which is that even when I was a Christian for 40 years, even when I was a believer, it always struck me how little self-awareness many Christians, not all Christians, but many Christians refuse to have any self-awareness about Revelation and Jesus coming back, the second coming, and all this. Because when I say they don't have any self-awareness, what I mean is this. For 2,000 years now, but especially, I'm going to say for the last 150 years, since the advent of the evangelical movement here in the United States, which you can kind of roughly trace back to like 150 years ago when it began, about 175 years ago. We can even say, let's just say the last 200 years in the U.S. was really the hotbed of evangelicism burgeoning for Christianity here in the U.S. over the last 200 years. And since that time, we've had 200 years of people swearing that Jesus is about to come back. Now, to be clear, there have been people throughout the last 2 millennia who have read the Bible and read the book of Revelation and had said, oh, Jesus is about to come back. So I'm not saying that it's only attributable to the American evangelical movement. But the simple fact is that the continual recycling of these revelatory claims that Jesus is just about to come back and the second coming is going to happen and the end times are here, that has been largely a modern invention over the last 200 years. But it doesn't matter how many times they're wrong. It doesn't matter that you can point out that it's already been 2,000 fucking years. Like, they just won't ever stop and ask themselves, at what point do we ever say, maybe we have this wrong? Like maybe we don't know as much about this as we thought. Maybe he's not coming back. Or maybe if he is coming back, we have no idea when. I'll tell you one of my favorite verses in the whole Bible. Let me pull it up because I forget. First Thessalonians 5:2. I mean, this was one of my favorite verses when I was a Christian, and it still is now, because this is, to me, this should take everyone who wants to be a, end times, the end is nigh idiot, and it should put them in their place, but it doesn't, because they have no self-awareness. But it's, for you yourselves know very well that the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night. I love that verse. I loved it when I was a Christian. I love it now. Because for everyone who wants to tell me that we're in the end times, you will not acknowledge your Bible. For everyone who wants to tell me that Jesus is about to come back, you refuse to acknowledge your own Bible. Because like a thief in the night means that you don't know when the thief in the night is going to come. If you knew when the thief in the night was going to come, you would stop him. Like you would put together measures to capture him, to make him get prosecuted. But of course, we don't know when the thief in the night is coming. I mean, you can put up alarms and stuff, but you still don't know when the thief in the night is coming. No one knows. So even if we want to grant this idea that Jesus is coming back, okay, but as soon as you open your mouth and want to claim on any level that you have any intuition whatsoever as to when that will happen, I would say not only are you wrong, but you're not even following your own fucking book. Grow up and read your own scripture, because if you want to tell me that you have any idea when Jesus is coming back, then you just don't care about what your own fucking scripture says. Grow the hell up and stop being this asshole who always wants to devolve into fantasy, thinking that I know that Jesus is about to come back. I'm waiting for it. It's going to happen any minute. I mean, if you wanted to believe this fairy tale about Jesus coming back, yes, I guess then he might come back tomorrow. But he also might come back 2,000 years from now. He might come back 50,000 years from now. Because especially at this point, even if you want to believe that Jesus is coming back, he has blown through every single. Yeah, Daryl says February 31st. That's a great prediction. I love that one right there. Yeah, we should all put our money on February 31st. That's when I'm predicting that Jesus will return. Oh, Grumpy has a great point too. Yeah, Jesus himself doesn't know, per Mark, and per a textual variation in Matthew, right? Which is also really funny because it makes life very uncomfortable for the Trinitarians. And yes, I know what the apologetics are about how Trinitarians try to work around that. But you're going to tell me that Jesus is God, that he's all part of the triune God, and yet he doesn't know. He tells you that only the Father knows. But apparently they're all the same. Apparently they're well, not the same. Even Trinity doesn't say they're the same. The Trinity is completely logically incoherent, but hey, whatever. Who needs logic when you're a Christian? All right, so moving back to our notes here. So we were going through looking at making notes for what we're going to do in 2 Samuel when I record this here. So let's go back to 2 Samuel here. We were just explaining why David and the Lord was with David, and David is a man after God's own heart, and David hates blind people and lame people. It's so beautiful. Oh, God loves everyone, unless you're blind or lame or a dwarf. Or you have a hunchback. Like, then you're gross and God doesn't want anything to do with you. So, yep, that's great. In Jerusalem, after he came from Hebron, David took more concubines and wives. Of course he did, because we all know that the Bible is not a model of one man, one woman. It never was. So David took more concubines and wives, and more sons and daughters were born to David. These are the names of those who were born to him in Jerusalem: Shemua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, something, Nepheg. As I always say, I guarantee that all of these pronunciations will be wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Japhia, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphalet. Even by Hebrew Bible standards, those are some fucked up names. Yeah. I love this distinction here too. I'm going to put a note here for when I record this. So I'm just going to point this out because, you know, as is crystal clear throughout the Bible has no contention whatsoever that the model is one man, one woman. It's always one man with as many wives as he can afford. But it's also, notice, I mean, this isn't the first time in the Bible we've seen this, but this comes up over and over and over again, where it's one man and as many wives as he can afford. And oh, by the way, there's a clear two-tier structure there, because he has wives and then he has concubines. And I think you guys all know what the difference is there. You know, the concubine is basically your fuck buddy. It's like you can have her around, she can have kids, you can even treat her decent, but she's not your wife. You can have multiple wives, and you can have multiple concubines, but it's a total. It's like enlisted and officers in the military, right? The wives are the officers; they're the ones who get the privileges, and then you got the concubines. Those are like the enlisted ones. But we're supposed to believe that it's one man, one woman. Yeah, keep fucking dreaming. All right. Of course, this is already after David had lots of his fun with Jonathan. But Jonathan's dead now. So he probably had to get more wives and more concubines because he can't fuck around with Jonathan anymore. So now that Jonathan's not there to be his main squeeze, he's like, yeah, I'm going to need some more wives and some more concubines. So I'll put that in my note here too. All right. So, Philistine attack repulsed. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over Israel, all the Philistines went up in search of David. But David heard about it, and went down to the stronghold. Now the Philistines had come up and spread out in the valley of Rephaim. David inquired of the Lord, shall I go up against the Philistines? Will you give them into my hand? The Lord said to David, go up, for I will certainly give the Philistines into your hand. So I want to point out here again, this is one of the cool things I learned just in the most recent reading. This is not talking to God. And you can show this, not in this particular sentence, but if you guys have been watching Godfrey Bible Study, you know that I brought this up in previous episodes now when we went through 1 Samuel, because 1 Samuel is the first time that they make it clear that this isn't talking to God. This is reading the stones. This is reading the stones on the ephod. So they're basically, every time it says that they're going to talk to God and God says, yes, do this, or yes, I will deliver them into your hands. This is them looking at their magic 8-ball. And then once they've seen the magic 8-ball, they're like, oh, God said, yes, I will do this. And even under Judaic tradition, this isn't really talking to God. Now, I understand that the apologetic would be, oh, but they talked, that God gave them a message through the stones. But it's them reading stones, or to put it in a more blunt fashion, it's divining. It's divination. That's all it is. It's divination. It's witchcraft. I'm going to throw the bones. I'm going to read the entrails. I'm going to throw the dice, and I'm going to see how they come out. In this particular case, usually from what I've read, it's not bones or dice. It's these stones that were in the ephod. And yes, thank you, Daryl. The Urim and the Thummim. Yes, perfect. And it wasn't clear when you're in the Pentateuch, the direct implication is that Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob are talking directly to God. And they don't give you any indication whatsoever that it's anything other than God talking directly to the forefathers of the religion. When you get into Joshua, it's weird because it seems like the people at large are talking to God somehow, but they don't make it clear at first. But then you realize, and it actually references it first a little while back in 1 Samuel, that they're consulting fucking stones. They're consulting stones as a way to find out what God says. You go to the priest. The priest has the stones, the Urim and the Thummim, and they tell. And you're literally, it even if you look this up, like it's supposed to be like a yes or no question, which. If you're really talking to God, why do I have to phrase everything as a yes or no question? But of course, the answer is that you're not talking to God. You're getting a priest to read some entrails for you and then come up with a binary answer of yes or no. That's all this is. Nobody here, even under the old tradition, is really talking to God. They're talking to fucking rocks. They're talking to rocks, and this is their answer. So David came to Baal Perazim, and David defeated them there. He said, the Lord has burst forth against my enemies before me like a bursting flood. Therefore, that place is called Baal Perazim. Notice he says it's called Baal Perazim because this means Lord. I pointed this out earlier, but once again, even though Baal is supposed to be a pagan god. Even in the Old Testament, even the Hebrews are all the time referring to Baal as Lord, because that's what the word means. Baal, B-A-A-L, just means Lord. The Philistines abandoned their idols there, and David and his men carried them away. Let's see here. Once again, the Philistines came up and were spread out in the valley of Rephaim. When David inquired of the Lord, once again, let's go back to the Urim and the Thummim. You shall not go up, go around to the rear and come upon them opposite the balsam trees. When you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the balsam trees, then be on the alert, for then the Lord has gone out before you to strike down the army of the Philistines. David did just as the Lord had commanded him, and he struck down the Philistines from Geba all the way to Gezer. So more fairy tales about God. It really is quite a fantastical tale when you realize that it's just a fairy tale. So David brings the ark to Jerusalem. David again gathered all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. David and all the people with him set out and went from Baal, Judah, to bring up from there the ark of God, which is called by the name of the Lord of hosts, who is enthroned on the cherubim. It's weird that they bring that up again, because we already know what the ark of the Lord looks like. We know that it's enthroned on the cherubim, but okay, whatever. They carried the ark of God on a new cart, yay, new cart, and brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was on the hill. Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, were driving the new cart with the ark of God, and Ahio went in front of the ark. David and all the house of Israel were dancing before the Lord with all their might, with songs and lyres and harps and tambourines and castanets and cymbals. I like this song, this phrase, dancing with all their might. Oh, this is great. Could you picture someone dancing with all their might? It's like, oh no, dance harder, dance harder. You're not dancing hard enough. That's kind of hilarious. And yes, I'm focusing just on that turn of phrase. It's weird. Maybe in the Hebrew it doesn't sound so odd, but dancing with all your might sounds like, dude, maybe you should sit down and have some water. You know, like maybe you should chill for a minute. Maybe you should stop grinding your teeth and stop eating the ecstasy, and maybe you should go chill out for a little while. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? When they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen lurched. For the oxen lurched. Okay. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God struck him there, and he died there beside the ark of the God, or the ark of God. So if I read this correctly, so it sounds like he was killed because the oxen put him off balance. I mean, that maybe I'm reading that wrong, but I mean, how else do you read this? When they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen lurched. I don't know why you put, if it just said that he reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, as stupid as that is, I do understand that the mythology says you don't touch the ark of the God, or the ark of God, right? It's got wooden poles that go through the ringlets so that you can carry it, and no one actually touches the ark of God. If you touch the ark of God, bad things happen to you. But in this case, it seems pretty clear that the reason he touched the ark of God is because the oxen lurched. So, what is the punishment for touching the ark of God because oxen lurched? Oh, that's right. We kill you. We strike you down because how dare you allow an oxen to push you off balance? That is, remember people, God is love. God is love. That's a loving God right there. You know, you got to carry this around with a fucking team of oxen. And if the oxen lurch, then, you know, and if you touch the ark of God, then I'm sorry, that's your own damn fault. You deserve to die. That's true love right there. That's the love of God. So great from God. David was angry because the Lord had burst forth with an outburst upon Uzzah. So that place is called Perez Uzzah to this day. That's very interesting that that they put this here. That he was angry. Because normally it's like you don't even dare say anything or have any emotions when God does a patently disgusting thing. If you remember, in the Pentateuch, after Aaron's sons were killed because they offered unholy fire, Aaron was then very sternly told to not mourn them and to basically to shut his mouth. You know, like, hey, your kids died because they offered unholy fire, and then Aaron even had to atone for the fact that his kids were burned to death by God. So it's interesting here that it says David was angry. I guess God's getting a little more forgiving in his old age, you know. David was afraid of the Lord that day. He said, how can the ark of the Lord come into my care? Yeah, you should be afraid. You should be afraid because if the oxen lurch, you're going to be fucking dead. You're going to be fucking struck down by God, because remember, this is the perfectly just God. So the perfect justice, if you were to somehow get knocked over by a lurching oxen and you were to touch the ark of the Lord, the ark of God, the perfect justice is to strike you down dead. That's God's love. That's God's justice. He's omnibenevolent and he's perfectly just. So that's God's love right there. So David was unwilling to take the ark of the Lord into his care in the city of David. Yeah, that makes total sense. I wouldn't take that damn thing in my city either. I'd say, get the fuck out of here. That thing's terrible. It's like putting a nuclear bomb, you know, on a hairpin trigger in the middle of your city. Like, don't do that. That's stupid. Instead, David took it to the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The ark of the Lord remained in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite 3 months, and the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. Yeah, but if Obed-Edom got knocked over by an oxen, he would have struck him dead, because that's what God does. He strikes you dead for touching an ark. It was told King David, the Lord has blessed the household of Obed-Edom and all that belongs to him because of the ark of God. So David went and brought up the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom to the city of David with rejoicing. And when those who bore the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed an ox and a fatted calf. David danced before the Lord with all his might. There we go again with all his might. It sounds like someone who's like, no, see, look, I'm really dancing hard. See, like this sounds disturbing. It sounds like he needs to put on a show to show God how hard he's trying, because if he doesn't, he might strike you dead. David was girded with a linen ephod. So David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of the Lord with shouting and with the sound of the trumpet. As the ark of the Lord came into the city of David, Michal, daughter of Saul, looked out of the window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, leaping and dancing. And she despised him in her heart. I always loved that. I remember this from before. This is interesting. So, and this is weird because they talk more about this, but I'm just going to put a note here because this is very interesting that she despised him in her heart. You remember that he was married to her and then he just ditched her while he was going out in the countryside running away from Saul, which I understand because according to the narrative, Saul wanted to kill him. So he went off and, fled to the countryside with his men. But then after he goes off and gets himself a few more wives and concubines and all this shit, then he comes back and he's like, okay, now he's taking, because she got married to someone else. Saul gave her to someone else, which you can understand because David pieced out. He was gone. And then he came back and I guess reclaimed her essentially. And it's funny because usually in these biblical narratives, the women are treated as voiceless pigs, like cattle or livestock. But I love the fact that they have here, and she despised him in her heart. That's very interesting. They brought in the ark of the Lord and set it in its place, inside the tent that David had pitched for it. And David offered burnt offerings and offerings of well-being before the Lord. When David had finished offering the burnt offerings and the offerings of well-being, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts and distributed food among all the people, the whole multitude of Israel, both men and women, to each a cake of bread, a portion of meat, and a cake of raisins. Then all the people went back to their homes. David returned to bless his household, but Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet David and said, "How the king of Israel honored himself today, uncovering himself today before the eyes of his servants' maids, as any vulgar fellow might shamelessly uncover himself." David said to Michal, "It was before the Lord who chose me in place of your father and all his household to appoint me as prince over Israel, the people of the Lord. I will dance before the Lord. I will make myself yet more contemptible than this, and I will be humbled in my own eyes. But by the maids of whom you have spoken, by them I shall be held in honor." And Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death. So this to me is a hilarious passage. And I have heard Christians bring this up often as a way of saying, like, I will dance before the Lord. This is so often misused by Christians because they make it sound like, see, I won't let my joy for the Lord be tamped down. But this isn't Michal getting mad because David was happy. This isn't Michal getting mad because David praised the Lord. No, apparently David got naked. Apparently David decided to go full on, birthday suit. And of course, I mean, I don't care about these things, but I do understand that for most wives, if my wife goes and finds me at the bar tonight and I'm dancing naked out in front of the bar, she's probably not going to be very happy with me. She's probably we're probably going to have an uncomfortable conversation in the morning after I come home and sober up. It's even if your significant other is very open-minded and liberal, let's just say that most spouses are not going to be happy to find you dancing naked all over, even if you say it's for the Lord. It's not going to go well for you. And if anyone watching this live or on the replay doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's probably because you've never been married. Because if you've been married and you had one of those days where you got a little too free, you maybe started showing a little too much of yourself, and then your spouse found you, usually that doesn't end too well. It doesn't. It leads to some uncomfortable conversations down the line. So I think that this is hilarious. I think this is hilarious because it's on one level it's very understandable that Michal would have this feeling. And then I love how it ends. It says, and Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death, which is just basically a way of them saying she cut his ass off. She's like, yeah, I'm done with you. I'm sure she didn't divorce him because that really wasn't even an option for women at the time. But she was done with him. This is the same woman who was basically dragged back to marry David, even though she was probably happy with whoever else she was with. All right. So I'm going to hit the restroom really quick, and then we're going to get into making notes for 2 Samuel chapter 7. I'll be right back. All right, we ready for some more naked dancing? The naked dancing is going well. Oh, I should have done music. You're right. I should have that's what I should do. Like every time I leave, I should put on the I think we're getting a lot of preaching going on in the chat too, so that might have been why you said that too. Lord, thank you for bringing us this highly entertaining book of embarrassments. Thank you for bringing us these highly entertaining people who will spew the book of embarrassments every chance that they get. And for anyone who doesn't appreciate the raw truth that is in these words.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Exactly. You all need more faith. You all just need so much more faith. Absolutely. Of course, then again, for some of you people who really have a lot of faith, all I can really say is all right, moving back into our comments, our notes here for upcoming Godfrey Bible study. Samuel's cool. Kings, too. When we get into Kings, Kings got some shit. When we get into 1st and 2nd Kings, woo-wee, it's going to be fun. But Samuel's got some bullshit, too. Now, when the king was settled in his house and the Lord had given him rest from all his enemies around him, the king said to the prophet Nathan, "See now, I am living in a house of cedar, but the ark of God stays in a tent." Nathan said to the king, "Go, do all that you have in mind, for the Lord is with you." But that same night the word of the Lord came to Nathan. "Go and tell my servant David, thus says the Lord, are you the one to build me a house to live in? I have not lived in a house since the day I brought up the people of Israel from Egypt to this day. But I have been moving about in a tent and a tabernacle. Wherever I have moved about among all the people of Israel, did I ever speak a word with any of the tribal leaders of Israel, whom I commanded to shepherd my people Israel, saying, why have you not built me a house of cedar? Now, therefore, Thus you shall say to my servant David, thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from the pasture, from following the sheep, to be prince over my people Israel. And I have been with you wherever you went, and have cut off all your enemies from before you. And I will make for you a great name, like the name of the great ones of the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them, so that they may live in their own place and be disturbed no more, and evildoers shall afflict them no more as formerly. For the time that I appointed judges over my people Israel, and I will give you rest from all your enemies. Moreover, the Lord declares to you that the Lord will make you a house. When your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you. Oh, good. We have more promises of offspring. Holy shit. It gets so tiring. The continual fucking promises about offspring. I get it. People wanted to flourish. They wanted to have kids, but like it gets so repetitive. It's like this toxic promise that keeps getting held out in front of people. Like, no, you're gonna have a ton of offspring. They're gonna be like the dust of the earth. Like, Jesus, man, there's more to life. You know, having kids is great, but it's not the only thing to life. Anyway, where are we at? I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, and ladies and gentlemen, he will commit the hell out of some iniquity. He will commit so much iniquity. He already has. David has already been a really bad piece of shit up to this point in the narrative, but he's not done committing iniquity. So it's going to keep happening. Trust me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod, such as mortals use, with blows inflicted by human beings. That's weird. That doesn't happen. This is a lie. He's punished. He's never punished with a rod. That's a lie. Hold up. Let me because that doesn't happen. In fact, every time he gets punished, it's not him getting punished. It's someone else getting punished for him. Yeah, that's another lie. Like, the lies just keep on coming. So many fucking lies. And it maybe sounds like a minor detail, but actually I don't think it's a minor detail, because even if you said, well, he gets punished with a whip but not a rod. Okay, that I would say fine. Whatever. But most of the time when he gets punished, it's not even him getting punished. It's everyone else gets punished for him. I mean, we're not going to see it tonight, but as we get deeper into the context of David, every time he screws up, someone else gets punished for it. The perfectly just God punishes everyone but David for David's sins. And yet here we are given a direct lie from God that I will punish him with a rod such as mortals use. No, you won't. That's a lie. It's, once again, another lie. I think on skepticus.info, on the companion site, I need to have a tab just for all the lies of Yahweh, because this is one thing that I didn't realize when I was a believer for so long. I knew that there were problematic passages, but I didn't realize until this reading, the fourth time now that I'm reading the Bible, how many times Yahweh just lies. It's incredible how many times he lies. I mean, it starts with the first words ever spoken to man, to humans. He lies, and then he keeps lying over and over. It's amazing how many times he lies. And nobody ever seems to give a shit about it. I mean, believers don't, that's for sure. What's up, John?
Sure he ain't getting spanked?
Well, I mean, it could be kink we're talking about here. But given that Jonathan is dead at this point, I don't know if his wives are into the kink like Jonathan would have been. But
and laying with his dead kins?
I mean, this is a good point, John. I mean, this whole verse might be about kink. So I got to put this in the notes too. This is a lie, unless it's about kink. So maybe he's just saying that whenever David does wrong, God's going to punish him because David's been a naughty boy.
Well, in some ways, when I do read the book, it does sound like a sex book.
I mean, it does. But you see what I'm saying, John? Like, I know that when I was a Christian, I would have said, Adam, you're being a dick. You're being unfair. Like, this isn't literal that he's going to literally use a rod. But first of all, when you have so many other lies that he tells over and over and over again, it becomes hard to, in good faith, constantly just pass it off as, hey, you're being unfair. It's not literal. Okay. But the deeper point that bothers me about this is that, and we haven't gotten into it all in the reading yet, but like I was saying a few minutes ago, not only does he not specifically punish David with a rod, but he doesn't punish David at all. I'm trying to think, we'll see later on. I'm trying to remember later in the narrative, if you can honestly say there's a point where he punishes David for David's iniquity. I feel like every time David does something wrong, everyone else gets punished for it. So even if we threw out the problem of, hey, it's not actually a rod, Adam, you don't have to be literal about a rod. Okay, but still, shouldn't it be David getting punished for David's problems?
Yeah. It just doesn't sound right.
All right, I'm gonna speak to something here, and I'm gonna put you up. Well, I don't have to put you on mute, but I'm gonna speak to someone here in the chat, and I'm gonna say this, Matthew. Okay. I know you're there. Matthew is Christine Marshall 7777, and I know you're a member of the channel now, which is great, and you're welcome to be on the calls and to be in the chat. But I gotta say, you're plastering the fuck out of people, dude. And I don't want to be a dick here because I don't want to like ban you from the the chat or something. But I mean, don't plaster the fuck out of people. I remember the first time you called, and then Secular Scriptures was very kind in the comments afterwards to tell you about how you were gish galloping over people. And I'm looking at the chat right now, and I don't normally sit here and try to scold people over what's in or not in the chat. We have other people that are moderators, and normally I don't try to sit here and spend too much time worrying about what's in the chat or not, but it's like, dude, if you just sit here and just copy and paste this shit from your AI into here over and over and over again, you absolutely destroy the quality of any conversation that someone may be trying to have in the chat, and it's not cool. So I'm just throwing this out there. I know he's hearing this because he's all over the chat. He's got to be on some level listening to this. And I don't want to be a dick, but if you're just going to sit there and plaster shit all over the chat, that's not going to happen all night, dude. I can tell you that right now. So I'm giving you this as a friendly warning, but don't sit there and just plaster this shit in. This isn't your soapbox to drown everyone out in the chat. So I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to hope that I don't have to say anything else about it. I'm going to hope that I don't have to be a dick about anyone in the chat. But of course, generally speaking, I don't sit here and try to meter how many things people put in the chat or not. But at a certain point, I got to say, like, dude, chill the fuck out, because that's not helping anyone in the chat. It's just coming across as being someone who's just gish galloping the fuck out of people in the chat, and it's not cool. But anyway, I'm going to leave that alone. I'm not trying to ban you or anything, Matthew, because as far as I haven't read all the stuff that you put there, I don't know if yeah, Michael says I'm trying not to block him. I don't want to block him either, but if you got to chill the fuck out, man, because if I look up and all I see is 10 or 15 or 20 long messages that are from you, not cool. It's not good it's going to turn other people off. It's absolutely going to turn people off, and it's not going to end well. So I'm just asking you, trying to be nice, to not be that guy. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, because I'm not trying to be mean.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
trying
not
to be as
either.
nice-
Like, and I'm not trying to tell Matthew here that he can't post in the chat, and I'm not even trying to tell him that he can't have lively conversation with people. Okay, I mean, absolutely. I know he has strong opinions, and I'm not trying to chase him off. But when I look up and just see this endless stream of his shit, I'm like, dude, come on, you got to do better than that, because you're not swaying anyone. First of all, with that, you're not bringing a single person over to your side. So, but I'm trying to be
doesn't
nice
have
and
a
just.
case on some of it because he does lie.
What's that, John?
I said he's not having a very strong case because he does lie.
Well, yeah.
I can see it in some of the scripture.
Oh,
because he says,
you talking about God, or are you talking about Matthew?
Well, I'm talking about Jesus because Jesus does lie because he did say.
I was talking about Matthew here in the chat.
Yeah, I know. I saw him say something about the lying part about Jesus part where he says he doesn't lie.
Oh,
he does lie because he's acting like a rebel.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He's acting like a
he
rebel.
says he never lied once. It's just your failed diagnosis of the scriptures. You're misinterpreting. Yeah, like that's so much fail, dude. Like he has lied repeatedly all over the damn book, and it's not even subtle.
Yeah, because I see him as a rebel and not following the 613 laws, and then all of a sudden he's turning around and doing the 613 laws. That's contradiction.
Yeah, and I'll pull it up just because the first time that God speaks to humanity is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So it is. Where is it at here? Genesis 2:16, and the Lord God commanded the man, you may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a lie. Not only is it a lie, now it's not the first words of God, because previously he said things like, to everyone, right? But his first conversation, his first, direct communication to humanity is here, and it's a lie. It's a total lie. They did not die in that day at all.
Nope.
And any attempt to smooth over that is nothing more than you trying to make up stories for, well, a day's not really a day. It means 900 years. Because what was it? Adam lived to 900 something years. That's when you'll die. Like, there is no logical way in any good faith that you can claim that this is anything other than a lie. And of course, this isn't the only one. I mean, there are, for everyone who's watched God-Free Bible Study, I point out time and time and time again where the lies just keep on coming. It's not once, it's not twice. It's not like, if you read this verse the right way, maybe you think it's a lie. Like, no, there are numerous times when Yahweh himself lies. Not only does he lie, but then he sends lying spirits on people. He sends evil spirits on people. Like, it's not even subtle. He then, and this isn't a lie, but it's definitely in the same territory of hardening someone's heart. So even if they wanted to say the right thing, like they can't, you're stopping them from saying the right thing. Like, no, it's just, he lies. He doesn't, I'm not saying every word out of God's mouth is a lie in the Bible, because that's not true, but he absolutely lies.
And how many 5-gallon buckets of lies do you have?
I mean, if you're Yahweh, you got to have a whole shed full of them, right?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Okay, so let's move on with our comments here. Let's see. David's prayer. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord and said, who am I, O Lord God? And what is my house that you have brought me thus far? And yet this was a small thing in your eyes. O Lord God, you have spoken also of your servant's house into the distant future. May this be instruction for the people, O Lord God. And what more can David say to you? For you know your servant, O Lord God. Oh my God, how many fucking times are we going to say, O Lord God? Okay, oh my gosh, it's okay. We're gonna say it a lot. We're gonna say it a lot of times. Okay, continuing. Because of your promise and according to your own heart, you have wrought all this greatness so that your servant may know it. Therefore, here, you know what we're gonna need. Therefore, you are great, O Lord God, for there is no one like you, and there is no God beside you. According to all that we have heard with our ears, who is like your people, like Israel? Is there another nation on earth whose God went to redeem it as a people and to make a name for himself, doing great and awesome things, driving out nations and their gods before your people, whom you redeemed for yourself from Egypt? And you established your people Israel for yourself to be your people forever. And you, O Lord, became their God. And now, O Lord God, as for the word that you have spoken concerning your servant and concerning his house, confirm it forever. Do as you have promised. Thus your name will be magnified forever in the saying, the Lord of hosts is God over Israel, and the house of your servant David will be established before you. For you, O Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, have made this revelation to your servant, saying, I will build you a house. Therefore your servant has found courage to pray this prayer to you. And now, O Lord God, you are God. O Lord God, you are God. That's, wow. Is he really? I wasn't sure. And your words are true, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now, therefore, may it please you to bless the house of your servant so that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Lord God, have spoken, and with your blessing shall the house of your servant be blessed forever. Fucking Christ, man. Jesus.
Take a breath. Take a good deep breath.
This is the verbal equivalent of a blowjob right here. He has just verbally sucked off God for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, at this point, when David said this, David was on his knees. And I don't just mean because he was praying. All right. Whew. That's fun stuff, wasn't it?
That deserves a drink.
It definitely does.
That.
I mean, you should never read the Bible sober. That should be the first thing that everyone should know. Even if
you should have a little. You should have like a little drinking thing every time you say something that like a little drinking game or something.
I would, but I don't want to be responsible for killing a motherfucker. And if we drink, if I even tell people to drink, every time there's a stupid piece of shit, and if somebody actually tries to keep up, they will die, and I will get sued for it, and I will feel bad. I will have to beg God for forgiveness, because if you try to take even a tiny sip of a drink, every time you read some stupid shit in this book, you will die of alcohol poisoning in a few hours or less.
I wouldn't sing it. I wouldn't do it. Because first, I wouldn't know where you live.
I like this here. I know Daryl said this earlier, but he's putting up again. I have to give him credit for this. I am burning incense to an image of Thor's hammer for your intention. May Thor bless you. Wait, hold up. We got this right. I'm burning incense to an image of Thor's hammer for your intention. May Thor bless you and look upon you with benevolence. May Thor lead you into a bountiful life where you suffer not want. Yes, Almighty Thor, please shower your grace upon us. Actually, all I want from Thor is this. Please, Thor, protect me from this angry, jealous, petty, bitch-ass God that we know as Yahweh. Even if Thor does nothing else for me in life, if you can just keep this angry, horrible God, Yahweh, out of my life, then I will owe a huge debt of gratitude to Thor. So thank you, Thor. Thank you for protecting me from jealous, because that is Yahweh's name. One of his many names is jealous. And you don't want to fuck with that angry, jealous, bitch ass bullshit. It's not good. Where are we at here? Stop that. Okay. This is here are the apologetics. Adam died spiritually that day. Yeah, make up any shit you want. Any shit that you want to make up in order to make yourself feel better about it. If that makes you feel good, bro, then make it up. Because Lord knows the actual text says very plainly that Yahweh is a fucking liar. So make up any story you need to. This is where, and I know this is going to sound petty and vindictive, and I don't normally like to go here, but when you hear people make these kind of excuses for the plain, obvious language of the Bible itself, what it really sounds like, you know, Christians always like to say, it's not a religion, it's a relationship. Yeah, it sounds like you're in a relationship. It sounds like you were being gaslit by an abusive partner. It sounds like if I were the kind of asshole who, you know, beats my partner. What's that? What's that, John?
That's what I thought I was doing when I started reading the Bible.
Yeah.
That's what I thought I was doing when I was trying to read the Bible, get closer to.
Well, but
once I dug more deeper, it got more meaner.
But this is, I mean, when you get these kind of responses from believers, like when you read the plain text from Genesis where God lies, and then people say, no, he didn't lie. Adam died spiritually that day. It honestly, this is what it sounds like. Okay. It's very similar to if I were, you know, God forbid, like an abusive partner, right? And I'm beating my partner, and then someone talks to my partner and says, you know, Adam lied to you, or Adam did horrible things to you. And all they do is come up with lame excuses for why the plain truth that everyone else sees isn't what actually happened. Because this is what abused people do when they're in abusive relationships. Somebody abuses you, not everyone, but if you're deep in that trap, right? Someone abuses you,
right?
And some other friend comes over to you and says, "Hey, don't let that person treat you like that." And too many times, your response, if you're in that mindset, is to make excuses for the abuse that you just received. Or someone lies to you, and it's, you know, when someone else comes over and says, "Hey, don't let that person lie to you like that," instead of acknowledging that you've been lied to, people say, "No, he really didn't lie to me." No, you just don't understand. If you understood it properly, you'd know that he didn't lie to me. And for everyone else who's not in the abusive relationship, they look at you with you know, sad disgust. Not disgust for the person who's being abused, but sad disgust at the situation, because they can see what's happening. Someone is, I mean, I've seen this in my own life, because unfortunately, you know, if you live long enough, at some point you have some friend. He may not be your friend anymore, but at some point you meet some guy who's a friend of yours, and he starts cheating on his wife, right? That's just one example. And she starts hearing about how he's cheating on her. And at first maybe you probably don't say anything, because at first you're like, I don't want to get in the middle of this. This is ugly, you know? But then it keeps happening. So then finally someone says to his wife, "Hey, you know, I'm really sorry to have to tell you this, but he's cheating on you. He's lying to you." And what happens so many times in those scenarios? The woman, it doesn't have to be a woman, but, you know, stereotypically it's often the dude doing shitty stuff to the woman, right? It can be the other way around, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Too many times, the woman will turn around and look at the people who are trying to call out the situation for what it is. And she'll say, "No, he's not lying to me. No, he's not cheating on me. No, he's not hitting me. No, he's not doing horrible." You know, like, you just don't understand the situation. They'll tell you, like, "No, he's really very good to me. You just don't get it. You don't see the relationship that we have. You think he's lying to me, but you don't know the whole story. You think he hits me, but I kind of deserved it. I was being a horrible person that night. Like, every time you point out what is plain as day to everyone else, it's not just that they deny it, but they will literally turn it around as though you just don't understand the situation. This person is actually really good to me. And I know I can go on too long with this analogy, because although it has a lot of similarities, of course, it's if you continue that analogy for too long, it gets a little awkward at some point, right? But it really is similar.
Yeah, it is. It's magically a doorknob hits you too.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And, I want to be really clear on this. You guys know that I don't ever expect a believer to watch one of my videos or join my live stream. I don't ever expect anyone to join, to come on here and say, wow, you're right, Adam. You showed me the way. Like Christianity's stupid. Yahweh's horrible. Like, of course, I don't expect that to happen. But what I do expect from any grown person, and when I say grown, I don't mean just physically. I mean emotionally and intellectually. When I am talking with a grown person, I do expect them to at least have the emotional honesty with themselves to acknowledge plain facts. So, like the resurrection thing. We don't have to agree on whether Jesus was resurrected. That's an article of faith. You either believe it or you don't. You can't prove that Jesus was resurrected. I can't prove that he wasn't. Let's just call it an article of faith, okay? That's fine. But when you want to tell me that Jesus had to die for our sins, now you are making up something that is not that it is an excuse, because there is no reason why an omnipotent God has to sacrifice a son in order to just fucking forgive you. If Yahweh himself had to sacrifice a son in order to just forgive me for being sorry about something that I've done, then he is the opposite of omnipotent. There is nothing omnipotent about a God who can't forgive you without killing an innocent person first. I mean, if that's the way the system works, it's gross. But if you want to tell me that's the way the system works, then fine. But then your God is far short of omnipotent. It's not even close to omnipotent, because an omnipotent God can forgive you. And here's what I always say about this: people can forgive each other. If I can forgive you, John, then Yahweh should be able to fucking forgive you without killing an innocent person first.
Right.
Anywho, moving on.
Forgive us for all our sins.
Well, apparently he couldn't until he killed a son. Like John, I'd like to forgive you for that shitty thing you did yesterday, but first I have to go. Yeah, I need to go kill my son before I can forgive you for some shitty thing that you did.
Not retarded.
Oh,
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm back on mute.
okay, cool. All right, so refreshing my drink. My dranky drink. Oh no, that's not what I want to use. I want to use my blue raspberry. That's what I want. I almost mixed different flavored vodkas, which in this case would not have been good. You can mix different flavored vodkas, but don't mix the blue raspberry and the whipped vodka. That's not a good combination. I only recommend that for hardcore alcoholics. All right. So we're in 2 Samuel, chapter 8. And, okay, continuing on with the reading. Says, you guys will probably know this already, but when I do these preps beforehand without being a live stream, of course, it doesn't take me nearly as long to read through and make notes. A lot of times I'll read through like a whole book in an hour or two and make all my notes for all of the episodes. But since I decided to do this in a live format, I'm kind of crawling through it here because I'm going off on tangents. But sometime afterward, David attacked the Philistines and subdued them. David took Metheg Ammah out of the hand of the Philistines. And I should have mentioned here, this is under the heading of David's Wars, which is always kind of an interesting side note to me because these headers do not exist in the Hebrew, in the original Hebrew, but they become such a convention now that even in the most faithful translations, we now keep the headers, which honestly makes sense because the chapter numbers and the verse numbers don't exist in the Hebrew either, but it's become an accepted convention. He also defeated the Moabites and, making them lie down on the ground, measured them off with a cord. He measured 2 lengths of cord for those who were to be put to death and 1 length for those who were to be spared. And the Moabites became servants to David and brought tribute. So this is an interesting passage because it doesn't give any logic whatsoever, like as to how this is chosen. I mean, maybe he already knew who's going to be spared and who's not, and maybe this is like a power play of like him showing people because they don't know if they're going to die. But this is just odd because it gives no logic for this whatsoever. And I mean, I'm not saying that's a contradiction or anything. It's an odd passage because he says he makes them lie down on the ground. So it's an act of humiliation, which is okay, fine. He's defeated the enemies. He's gonna humiliate them. And then he measures them off with a cord. He measures 2 lengths of cord for those who were to be put to death, and 1 length for those who were to be spared. But was it just his arbitrary judgment? I guess it's a strange passage. It doesn't, and I'm not saying it has to be shown to us exactly, but it's a strange passage because it leaves a lot to be desired with regard to narrative quality. We have no way of knowing from reading that. Was there any logic?
In other words, it doesn't fit the mold.
Yeah, it just sounds completely random, which, to be fair, sometimes when people are conquered, the conquering party does random shit. Like they'll randomly pull one half of them to be killed by tossing dice or something. But in this case, it's not clear at all. Strange. David also struck down the king of Zobah, Hadadezer, son of Rehob, as he went to restore his monument at the river Euphrates. David took from him 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers. David hamstrung all the chariots. Once again, I'm going to put a note here because I'm just putting here the note. No, he didn't, because 20,000. I've talked about this in prior Godfrey Bible studies. These numbers on the armies are ridiculous and completely violate historical norms or understandings of how many people. I mean, most of these battles would have been somewhere from hundreds of men up to maybe a few thousand men. The even having 20,000 men.
So are they trying to overcook the cake?
So, starting back from the beginning of Exodus, all of the numbers are wildly exaggerated. And actually, I put up an article on this too. Let me pull it up on screen so you know what I'm talking about. Also, so that if anyone wants to reference this in the future, they can. So here's this article. It says, "Do biblical troop counts make sense?" The short answer is no. The massive troop numbers recorded in many biblical battles are completely inconsistent with what we know about ancient demography, regional populations, and military logistics. If you take the text entirely literally, the armies fielded by Israel and its neighbors routinely dwarf the largest empires in antiquity. To understand why these numbers don't hold up under historical scrutiny, we have to look at the hard limits of ancient logistics, regional population data, and how ancient texts actually function. I'm not going to read this whole thing right here, but it's a decent breakdown as to why these numbers don't make any sense. And they are essentially, at best, they're kind of braggadocious, exaggerations of what the numbers were.
Or trying to brag.
It's probably bragging. I mean, it's hard to say exactly what the motivations are there, although there's some question as to whether the translations are accurate too, because some of the interpretations of this would be that, for example, here, when it says 20,000 foot soldiers, it may have been like 20 units of foot soldiers, right? And then later on in translations, it may have ended up getting translated to 20,000. So if it's a problem of translation, then we could say, well, it's not bragging. It's just that we didn't realize how they were writing the numbers down. I think I'm getting over my skis a little bit. I'd have to look back at my article, but I think that the word for 1,000 also could be used for units. That's why I say it could be that there's 20 units of soldiers, and of course, how many are in a unit is a open question. But it also could just be that they're bragging about, like, oh, we had a huge battle, and we brought 100,000 people to the field, and they brought 100,000 people, and we destroyed all of them. That's another way to read it. It's just like they just want to, it doesn't sound as impressive if you say, well, we had 200 guys, and you had 200 guys, and we won. It sounds more like a regional skirmish, right? But these numbers are routinely laughable, and honestly, the 20,000 one isn't even one of the worst ones. We've seen other ones where it's like 50,000 were at the battle, or 100,000 were at the battle, and the simple answer is no, there weren't. No, there weren't. Even in 1 Samuel, when David is on the run from Saul, he's supposed to have, I think the number was like 400 or 500 people or 600 people that were with him hiding in the wilderness. Now, granted, that's not as bad as 20,000, right? But how the hell do you hide like 500 people in the wilderness in the ancient Levant? You're like, if it's you and me and 10, if it's you and me and 10 of our buddies, we can probably hide in the wilderness.
If they're cooking, you can see the campfires at night.
Exactly.
If they're camping.
If you have hundreds of people in the ancient Levant, that means they constantly have to be replenishing their water. They constantly have to be hunting or finding game or something to eat. They're constantly lighting fires. I mean, the idea that you could just be rampaging around the countryside with 500 people and no one would notice you is, well, it's stupid. But,
Well, let's play Robin Hood, why don't we?
Well, I mean, that's a great analogy. I mean, I know Robin Hood is fictional, but it's a great analogy because Robin Hood didn't go through the forest with his group of 500 men, right? Like, that doesn't work.
No. Well,
Where's Little John?
Exactly. All right, so let's see. So this one here too. David hamstrung all the chariot horses, but left enough for 100 chariots. Why the fuck do you hamstring the horses?
What?
So it says David took from him 1,700 horsemen. He's talking about King of Zobah, and 20,000 foot soldiers, right? Which again is bullshit. And then it says David hamstrung all the chariot horses. Now, to be fair, maybe that happened, but why the fuck do you hamstring a horse?
Oh gosh, this book is so sexual.
This is like, and to be clear, like I'm not some huge animal rights activist. Okay, I'm not a vegan. I'm not a PETA activist or something. But why the fuck do you hamstring a horse? I mean, killing the horse is honestly far more humane than hamstringing a horse. That's just mind-blowingly stupid to me. When the Arameans of Damascus came to help King Hadadezer of Zobah, David killed 22,000 men of the Arameans. Which one again? I'm gonna say, no, he didn't. he didn't. I mean, that is just silly and completely violates everything that we know about history. Then David put garrisons among the Arameans of Damascus, and the Arameans became servants to David and brought tribute. The Lord gave victory to David wherever he went. David took the gold shields that were carried by the servants of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem. From Betah and from Berotai, towns of Hadadezer, King David took a great amount of bronze. When King Toi of Hamath heard that David had defeated the whole army of Hadadezer, Toi sent his son Joram to King David to greet him and to congratulate him because he had fought against Hadadezer and defeated him. Now Hadadezer had often been at war with Toi. Joram brought with him articles of silver, gold, and bronze. These also King David dedicated to the Lord, together with the silver and gold that he dedicated from all the nations he subdued, from Edom, Moab, the Ammonites, the Philistines, Amalek, and from the spoil of the king of Zobah, Hadadezer, son of Rehob. David won a name for himself. When he returned, he killed 18,000 Edomites in the Valley of Salt. No, he didn't. These numbers are so stupid. No, he didn't. I mean, if this was all true, by the time he was done, there wouldn't be a single living person anywhere in the Levant. The whole place would be cleared out. He put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom, he put garrisons, and all the Edomites became David's servants, and the Lord gave victory to David wherever he went. So David reigned over all Israel, and David administered justice and equity to all his people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, by the way, Jehoshaphat is possibly the best damn name in the entire Bible. I think we need to bring Jehoshaphat back. You know, like some people want to bring sexy back. I want to bring Jehoshaphat back. We need more people in this world named Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Sariah was secretary. Okay. I'll read those during the show, but that's getting a little tedious. I'm going to put a note here. There are certain old-timey names for people and things that just need to come back. Not only is Jehoshaphat a good name, but like I always say to people, don't ever say pants. Don't ever say that you're putting on pants. Why did we ever get rid of pantalones? I mean, if you have the ability to say pantalones, but instead you say pants, that's the saddest, laziest excuse for language I've ever heard in my life. We should never have allowed pantalones to become pants. I'm going to go put on some pants. Like, no, put on your pantalones, man. Like, we should never have gotten rid of pantalones. That should never be allowed. All right, so 2 Samuel 9. I think I'll do one more of these chapters. This is a short chapter to do. I'll do this one more chapter with the notes because this gives me enough material. I usually do 3 or 4 chapters in an episode, sometimes even as much as 5 chapters. But this will be enough for 2 whole episodes of notes right here. So let me finish this one. David's kindness to... How the fuck do you say that? I'm not even gonna try. I can't. Every once in a while, I say all these names wrong anyway. But every once in a while, I'm looking like I don't even know how to say that. Like you guys probably can't see it there because it's really small. Let me find a bigger instance of it. Where's the name of the text? Oh, here we go. This right here. How the fuck do you say that? Mephib, gosh, I can't. Mephibosheth, Mephibosheth, Mephibosheth.
Okay, let's try the tongue twisters. My daddy works in the shipyard.
What?
Oh, you ever heard that one?
No.
That you hold your tongue, you say, "My daddy worked in a shipyard."
And that's going
That's
to
what it
make
sounds
me
like, a
say
tongue
this
twister.
name?
I don't know, but that's what we used to do.
I don't think that's going to help me say this name, though.
You hold your tongue and you say, "My daddy used to work in a shipyard" or some shit.
Okay, well, we're gonna call this guy Mel. Okay, this guy's name now is Mel. So David asks, "Is there still anyone left of the house of Saul to whom I may show kindness for Jonathan's sake?" Now there was a servant of the house of Saul whose name was Ziba, and he was summoned to David. The king said to him, "Are you Ziba?" And he said, "At your service." The king said, "Is there anyone remaining of the house of Saul to whom I may show the kindness of God?" Ziba said to the king, "There remains a son of Jonathan. He is crippled in his feet." Excuse me. The king said to him, "Where is he?"
Wait,
What?
I got a son?
Oh, God, it scared me. Okay. Thank you.
Wait, I got a son?
This is... Okay, this
I
is
got a
weird.
kid?
This doesn't make sense and this is stupid. Okay, so if you remember... And yes, I make fun of the fact that I think that the narrative of Jonathan sounds very queer between Jonathan and David to me. But even if let's just throw that out for a minute, okay? Let's get off that conspiracy
Yeah.
train for a minute. But I'm getting all the feedback on you, so I'm going to mute you here, John. Oh yeah, there you go. So, but even if we acknowledge that, okay, David and Jonathan, no queer relationship, fine. But the text is very clear that even if they weren't queer together, David and Jonathan were like the tightest bros ever. Like they loved each other. They go to great lengths in the text to tell us that David's love of Jonathan was more than for any woman, all right? So he loved Jonathan so much. But now David's just now finding out that there's this son of Jonathan that David's never heard of. What? Like, that makes no sense.
Quick question. Could one of them be like Jonathan or David? Could one of them be a girl instead of a boy?
I mean, first of all, the simple answer is, of course, the text does not say that. But then again, the text does not say that they were queer.
Right. It's just a thought.
Well, here's the way I would read that. I think I know what you're getting at. I mean, yes, you could argue that was one of them like, like a Joan of Arc, right? Like a young woman who wore armor or something and fooled people. She wore men's clothes and people thought she was a man.
Yeah, I heard that story.
That's one way, but I would say more likely is that I think that they were both men, but one of them may have been the receiver, if you get what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, one of them may have been more of the effeminate type. But of course, all of that is complete conjecture. But I think that this is weird that it says there remains a son of Jonathan. He is crippled to his feet. I mean, that is so inconsistent with the rest of the story and inconsistent with the text. So he loved Jonathan so much, but he didn't know that Jonathan had this child. Like, I mean, I understand that it's understandable to think that maybe some buddy of yours has a kid that you've never heard of. But if this isn't just a buddy of yours, if this is someone that you're so close to, you have this so close relationship, and then to find out that after he's dead and you mourned him and you're all up in your feels about it, then someone says, oh, by the way, he has a kid. Like, wait, what? That makes no sense. Anyway, the king said to him, where is he? Ziba said to the king, he is in the house of Machir, son of Amiel, at Lo-debar. Then King David sent and brought him from the house of Machir, son of Amiel, at Lo-debar. Mel, son of Jonathan. So the funky name is that's the son of Jonathan, who I'm calling Mel because I cannot pronounce that name. Mel, son of Jonathan, son of Saul, came to David and fell on his face and did obeisance. David said, Mel. He answered, I am your servant. David said to him, do not be afraid, for I will show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. I will restore to you all the land of your grandfather Saul, and you yourself shall eat at my table always. He did obeisance and said, what is your servant that you should look upon a dead dog such as I? Then the king summoned Saul's servant Ziba and said to him, all that belonged to Saul and to all his house I have given to your master's grandson. You and your sons and your servants shall till the land for him and shall bring in the produce so that your master's grandson may have food to eat. But your master's grandson Mel shall always eat at my table. Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king, according to all that my lord the king commands his servant, so your servant will do. Mel ate at David's table like one of the king's sons. Mel had a young son whose name was Micah, and all who lived in Ziba's house became Mel's servants. Mel lived in Jerusalem, for he always ate at the king's table. Now he was lame in both of his feet. This is so weird. All right. So that is as much as I think I'm going to do on the notes tonight for God-Free Bible Study. So I think I deserve a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. I know I laid down some serious knowledge here tonight, so that was good. And those notes then will go into the recordings that I will do tomorrow for the new God-Free Bible Studies as well for 2 Samuel. How many chapters are in 2 Samuel here? Okay, that doesn't even get us halfway through. So there's 24 chapters. So there's probably going to be like 5 episodes of God-Free Bible Study that will be from 2 Samuel, which is cool. And then we get into Kings. 1 Kings, 2 Kings. 1 Chronicle and 2 Chronicle, too. Those are some fucked up books. I mean, there's some... Although, 2 Samuel is going to get much weirder. If you guys... I don't know, how many of my my viewers are familiar at all times with some of the things that I bring up. But 2 Samuel, there's some fuckery going on there. Everything with King David. King David is, in my humble opinion, one of the worst examples of someone who's supposed to be this beatific figurehead that everyone is supposed to yearn for and look up to. Like, that's weird. But people, I tell you, David, to me, I'm glad that we're getting into Secular Scripture says, can you imagine being the editor on this project? What a headache. That's great. Oh, I love you, Secular Scriptures. That's awesome. That's great. I mean, I can't imagine being an editor on any of this stuff because there are no editors on this. Like, I know you've heard me say on Godfrey Bible Study before, like, this thing needs an editor. Like, if you want me to believe that this is a story about an omnipotent God could find an editor. The fact that you can't even find an editor tells me that you are so far below omnipotence that it's not even funny. But David to me, it is amazing because, most Christians know Genesis. They don't know all of Genesis, but they know a good part of it. Most Christians know Exodus up until the Ten Commandments and the golden calf. But when it comes to 1st and 2nd Samuel, and specifically the story of David, Christians have this image of David, and probably Jews too, right? Like, they have an image of David in their head, this beatific, glowing version of the mighty, mythic king David. And that is all they have. Most of them can't tell you shit about what the text actually says about David. And I'm not telling you that they would all hate David if they read the text, but I'm telling you that most of them don't even realize what's in the text about David. The other problem with David is that David is routinely attributed as one of or the only psalmist, right? Or at least a bunch of them are attributed to David as the psalmist. Now, that being said, from a historical or textual criticism perspective, we have no evidence whatsoever that anything in the book of Psalms was actually written by King David, just like we have no evidence that anything in the Pentateuch was actually written by someone named Moses. But I bring this up because a lot of what Christians think that they know about David doesn't even come from 1st or 2nd Samuel. A lot of it comes from the Psalms. Like, they have this, this vision of David as this, a poet and an author, and I mean, honestly, I think that I think the image that Christians have of David is closer to the statue of David in Florence than it is at all to the biblical truth about who David supposedly was. Because when you read the story of David, like so many other leaders in the Bible, it's problematic, to say the least. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse from, we didn't even get through the notes tonight. And of course, I'm going to record the God-Free Bible Study episodes based on the notes that we took tonight. So I'm ready to record those. But we haven't even gotten into the worst gross stuff about David and God. It's not cool. And yet, he's beloved from people in the faith. I would... When John was calling earlier, I compared it on some level to King Arthur, right? Because there probably was an actual King David somewhere in antiquity. Whether or not he actually maps to all of the legends that we have in the Bible is specious at best. Kind of like King Arthur, right? There probably was a king in very early Britannia who maps to the origin of the King Arthur legend. And yet, 90% of the King Arthur legend has nothing to do with any real person who lived. It's all legend that grows out of King Arthur. But even then, the analogy gets strained because King Arthur was not a perfect person according to the legend. But King Arthur never did half the problematic shit that David does in the Bible. I mean, David makes King Arthur look like a complete Eagle Scout. David is gross, but he's considered not just a founding, or not just a critical member of the faith, the history of Israel, but he's considered to be like someone that you're supposed to look up to. Like, I mean, the text says he was a man after God's own heart. Like, what the hell? And when you think about what David said and did in his lifetime, according to the text, it's disgusting. But, oh well, fun stories. That was brat rolls. Oh, those are good. I like rolls. So, assuming that no one else is calling in, I might go through a few comments. I'm not going to go super late tonight. But we'll go through. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the restroom one last time, because I'm always sipping. So we're going to hit the restroom one more time. And we'll go through some comments. And I'll do that for a little while. Unless someone wants to call. We get someone to call and talk about something. But otherwise, we'll do comments for a little bit, and then we'll shut down. So hang with me for just a minute, and then we'll get through this. All right. Let's do some comments before we close out the evening. Well, I got all my notes for now for new recordings of God for You Bible Study. So that will be fun. And I need to have, I think on the soundboard, I need to have like intermission music. I'm really dating myself here, but there used to be times, like even before my time, when movies had intermissions and they would play intermission music. I need to have some kind of intermission thing like that, Because the only thing I have on the soundboard that actually is like not just a little clip, but it's a song that I'll play for a while, is the preachy music. And I don't want to play the preachy music too much because it's good for a joke, but it's genuinely annoying because it's preachy music, Like, who wants to listen to that shit for too long? If I clicked on someone's live stream and there was no one sitting there and it's just preachy music, I'd be like, okay, I'm out of here. Like that, I'd rather hear silence and see a few people in the chat saying, yeah, he's going to the bathroom, rather than than the preachy music. That gets pretty bad pretty fast. All right. Pull up my notes. And now that the chat is calmed down a little bit and you can actually read stuff there without a certain someone plastering endless preachy bullshit, like it's nice to see that too. Like we can actually have real conversation going in the chat. Oh, Matthew is an interesting individual, that's for sure. I'll tell you. Let me pull up this. Here we go. Okay, so put this on screen. So this is on comment on a previous live stream, but Mary says, Adam, allow me to play devil's advocate. Hey, if you're going to play advocate, always play devil's advocate. Do not play Yahweh's advocate. Always go for devil's advocate. Maybe not quite devil's advocate, but close. I am an agnostic who spent 65 years as an atheist. I would be happy to discuss that transition another time. I'm sure that's probably a very interesting conversation. I really enjoy listening to you, but I have to admit, it isn't anything I haven't heard before. My question, when you were a believer, would anything you have said in your podcast made you pause to think and then reject your religion? I was somewhat surprised to discover from your podcast that you spent most of your life as a believer. I assumed from your videos that you have been pretty much a lifelong atheist, which I will take that as a compliment. Thank you. If you believe from my videos or from meeting me in person that I was probably a lifelong atheist, I will take that all day. But unfortunately, it's not the truth. As for me, I think I crossed that line when I was about 5 years old and figured out Santa Claus and then made the logical leap to God. My mother was appalled. Anyway, I'd like to see your answer to the question above. So we kind of covered this earlier when we went off a tangent when I was talking to John. So I don't want to be too repetitive here, but I will say this. I do actually want to make a full video about this because the subject of the video that I believe that I'd like to play off of in my head is, what is it that you could say, or what could I have said to young Adam that actually would have made any difference in terms of the duration or intensity of my belief? And the short answer is that I don't know if there's anything you could have told me, let's say when I was 20, that would have made me an atheist, right? And I don't try to make people atheists on this channel. I don't think that that's a cool way to go about things. I think it's kind of disingenuous to talk to anyone from the perspective of trying to convert them. I didn't like when I was a Christian when people would try to proselytize to me about anything, whether it was for my religion or anything else. And now that I'm not a Christian, I don't want to, despite what this channel might feel like at times, I'm not trying to convert you to be an atheist. I wouldn't even want to do that. But there are things, and I won't go through them all in this video because, like I said, I'm gonna make a standalone video on this. There are certain things that I think about, like, I don't know if it would have made me an atheist, but it definitely may have shortened my tenure as a believer. The one I talked about earlier in this live stream was just simply asking the question of why we know that Jesus died for our sins, but why? Why does an omnipotent God need to kill his son in order to forgive you for anything? I know it sounds stupid, but I never thought of that question when I was younger. No one ever brought that up. It was just a given that Jesus died for our sins. I never even considered, why does an omnipotent God need to do that? Another one, and this is actually something that there is no one single question that led to me being an atheist. But the one thing that I think kind of started the journey, like really made me say, wait a minute, is I never stopped to think when I was younger, under the traditional Christian ideal of heaven. You know, you're trying to get to heaven, right? Or at a minimum, you don't want to go to hell. You don't want to go to hell, and you think you'd want to go to heaven. And I think almost every Christian believes that heaven is eternal. It wasn't until much later in my life that I started to think about, what is eternity? Like, what would it be like to do anything for eternity? Even if it's something that you love, could you imagine living to be eternal, living eternally, living forever? Now, to be fair, I don't think that any human can actually conceptualize that. We are not evolved to think about infinities. We're not evolved to think about eternity, because there is no reason in nature for you to have to think on an infinite and or eternal scale. And I'm sure that even at this point in my life, I cannot fully comprehend that. But if you get into it for a minute, and if you try to really think about it, pretty soon you start to realize there's nothing I want to do for eternity. I don't care if it's the most enjoyable thing I've ever done in my life. I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I know it's a silly analogy, but you can have the best damn piece of pizza in the world, right? But at a certain point, if you keep eating pizza forever, you're going to get really tired of that. And I know you can say, well, but what if you have a smorgasbord of all these different foods? Eventually, if you lived forever, every single food you could eat would become boring, tasteless, banal. You would probably come to almost hate it. I mean, eventually, if you really try to conceptualize what eternity would be like to live through, everything becomes torture. I know that Christians don't believe that. They want to believe, no, you'll be in heaven and you'll be happy forever. I think if you actually, in good faith, sit down and try to conceptualize that on any level, I think you will eventually realize it sounds like torture. It won't immediately be torture. It wouldn't be torture for the first year or the first 1,000 years. It may not be torture for the first billion years, but eventually it would become torture. And I didn't do this on purpose as to play one thing into the other, but this actually, this is an interesting dovetail. I used to work at this place where the CEO was a very problematic, hardcore Christian. By problematic, I mean there was no boundary between work and religion. He would talk to customers about his religious stuff. He'd talk to employees. Like, there were no boundaries with this man. And there was another guy who worked there. His name is Chuck. And Chuck was what I would call probably the best example of what a Christian can be. Meaning, really nice guy. He and I got along well. He wasn't overbearing like the CEO was. You could tell he really loved people. He really cared about people. He was easy to talk to. He was always interested in how your day was going. Like, he's just a really nice person. And I honestly believe that he's like the best example of what a Christian can or should be. But Chuck is kind of started this process in my mind about whether I was really a Christian. Because he and I would talk about Christian stuff. And it didn't bother me, because even though I wasn't as ate up as everyone else in the company, I was a Christian. And he was really nice to talk to. But I went into his office one day, and I put this in a video that I did like 6 months ago, but I went into his office one day and I said, Chuck, tell me something. What if you had earned, I know that's the wrong term for Christians, but if you had gained access to heaven, right? You accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You repented of your sins. You professed his name, blah, 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 and you died and you went to heaven. I said, what if all that happened and you didn't want to go? You didn't want to be in heaven forever. You didn't want to do anything forever. You just didn't want to go to heaven. What would that mean? And he was confused. I don't think he'd ever gotten that question in his life. It had never even occurred to him that maybe someone doesn't want to go to heaven. Now, it doesn't mean I wanted to go to hell, but the idea that somebody wouldn't be ecstatic about going to heaven, I don't think it had ever come through his mind. And he sat there for a minute, and he wasn't, his face kind of crinkled up a little bit. He wasn't sure really what to do with the question. And finally he said, well, I guess you would be rejecting God's gift. He didn't say it like an angry way, but right away you could tell rejecting God's gift in his theology is not a good thing. Like, you're basically going against God. It's like a sin, right? To reject God's gift. And I was like, well, so that would not be a good thing, right? And he's like, no, that would not be a good thing at all. And I said, okay, I just wonder what your thoughts would be on that. And I left. I left his office. I'm sure he wondered why I was asking, right? But we left it at that. I didn't want to explain to him that I was thinking, like, I don't want to go to heaven. I don't want to do anything where I'm going to do this, for eternity. So here's the interesting additional side note to that happened this week. I haven't talked to Chuck in 10 years, I don't think. At least 10 years. It might be 15. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I worked at that place. And I get this email out of the blue from LinkedIn. And I remember I was sitting on the couch, I get my email alerts or whatever, and I get this email from Chuck. Let me find this here and pull it up just a second. The same Chuck that I used to work with, And I was like, this is weird. I haven't heard from Chuck in ages. And his email says, let me find it really quick. I'm going to copy and paste it because I don't want to put contact information for me or for him on here. I don't even want to put his picture on here. So I'm going to copy and paste it just so that you can see the text without having the identifying information. Because of course, when you see what I'm about to put up, you'll see why I don't want to put, Chuck's information up here or anything. So give me just a second here. So this is what Chuck sent me. Remember, I haven't talked to him in like 15 years. He says, I'm excited to be co-hosting a new season of the TV show Living My Faith on FaithWorks TV. This season, we're discussing who's your favorite pastor and why. I'd love to have you on to share about your home church and what you love most. You can check out past segments and book your spot at ... Let me know if you have any questions. Hope to have you on. And I read this and I thought, oh, Chuck. I haven't talked to Chuck. And the last time I talked to Chuck, when I left the company, I was still actively identifying as a Christian. And as nice as Chuck is, it's not like he and I really maintained a relationship after I left, other than to be connected on LinkedIn, right? So, he has no idea that I've been an atheist now for quite a while, and that he certainly doesn't have an idea that I have a YouTube channel dedicated to atheism and, atheist ideas. But I just saw this. I thought, of course, the asshole of me, I'm not going to do this, but the asshole of me kind of wanted to be like, yeah, Chuck, let's schedule some time. I'd love to get on your show. Granted, it's not a live show. I think they record it. So, if it was a live show, I would never do this to him, right? I wouldn't spring this on him. And given that it's a recorded show, I'm sure that I would never even be on the show, because as soon as I called in, to show up to be on the show, and they started asking me questions like, yeah, I don't go to any church, I'm an atheist, Chuck. Like that would go nowhere really fast. But I thought it was kind of sad, just because Chuck is genuinely a very nice individual. He's one of the better Christians I've ever met in my whole life. That's including my family and everything else. So the fact that he's sending me this years later, like, hey, you want to be on the show and talk to us about your faith and share us, about your home church and what pastor you like the most. And I thought, yeah, let's, the asshole in me kind of thought, yeah, let's do that, Chuck. But I would never do that to him. But I bring it up because it kind of ties in to this other thing that Mary was asking about, what could I have, if somebody had, I know you think I've lost the thread here, but if somebody had ever talked to me when I was younger and said, you think you want to go to heaven, but what is that like, Adam? What is it like to do anything forever? What would it be like to live eternally in any state, even if it's the most beautiful state you can think of? What do you think it really means to live forever in any format, even if I didn't have a physical body, if it's just my consciousness? I mean, what would that be like? If I had ever thought about it when I was younger, it would have really probably opened my eyes to some things a whole lot sooner. Last thing I'll say on this, kind of related to that too, is that another thing that would have helped me earlier is if somebody had, you couldn't have pulled something out of the Bible and showed me, see, this doesn't make sense in the Bible, therefore you shouldn't be a Christian. Like that wouldn't have worked. But you could have shown me some things from the Bible that I didn't realize until much later that really would have gotten the gears turning. For example, the fact that heaven and hell, as any modern Christian understands them, don't exist in the Hebrew Bible would have been very eye-opening to me. Because in my mind, heaven and hell in the Judeo-Christian tradition has been there from day one. I thought heaven and hell was there from Adam and Eve and Abraham and Jacob and Isaac. Like, I just assumed that they were always there. And even though I read the Bible multiple times when I was younger, I never actually stopped to say, wait a minute, where's hell in the Hebrew Bible? I know where hell is in the New Testament, but it's not in the Hebrew Bible. Heaven, as we think of it, as a place that you go for reward or whatever, is not in the Hebrew Bible. So when you realize that they're not even in the Hebrew Bible, then the obvious question that starts to come up is, so we made it up? Like we evolved this idea for reasons, for feels? Like, I could go on this for even longer, but I thought it was a very interesting comment and I appreciated it. And like I said, I think I'm going to actually turn that into a subject for another video in the future. So this comment here, going back to the computer code video that I did a few weeks ago, DNA and computer code, I got so many people that just don't understand this. Nate Williams says, computer code is a language. It contains information, including instructions, utilized by a machine to perform some task. DNA is a language. It also contains information, including instructions, utilized by machines to construct, maintain, and replicate biological entities. Without DNA, no biological entity, even the most simple, which is incomprehensibly complex, could have come into existence. Evolution is conjecture, and many evil people have committed fraud in an attempt to provide supporting evidence. Stupid. One can pretend that, given enough time, rocks could conglomerate, rise, and do a soft shoe routine, but it's just not so. So, so much stupid here. DNA is not a language. I've heard, in this video, I specifically tore into this fallacious idea that DNA is computer code because it is not computer code. And I've also heard before that people say, I did not address it in this video per se, but I've heard people say that DNA is a language. No, it's not. In this video, I went through a bunch of constructs that are required for something to be a computer code, and DNA has none of them. I could also do a very similar video about things that you need in order for something to be a language, and DNA has none of them. The analogies that believers will pull out of their ass to try to justify DNA as being designed by their holy God-man magic sky daddy designer, they're almost endless. They can't actually think about it in any critical way. So what they do is they keep trying to pull up some analogy that makes them feel good about it. They get their warm and fuzzies. They feel good, like, look, I have an analogy that makes me feel good, and then they shut down their brain. Once they have an analogy that gets them as far as they need in order to jerk off to their God-man, then they can feel comfortable just shutting down any critical thought. Not only is DNA not computer code, which I went through in detail in this video, DNA is not a language. It's not even close to a language. It does contain information. Guess what? Everything in nature contains information. Electrons contain information. Protons, neutrons, quarks, everything in nature is information. That doesn't make it a language, and that doesn't make it designed. And there are no instructions inside DNA. There is no way that you can logically say that there is an instruction in DNA. This is utilized by machines to construct, maintain, and replicate biological entities. That has nothing to do with the first part of the sentence. And then you can say at the end of it, as though it wasn't obvious that they are disconnected from reality. They then go full bore and say evolution is conjecture. Yeah, it's conjecture, even though we have mountains and mountains of evidence, and we can recreate many different aspects of evolution, even in labs, and we can observe it in nature. But because you don't want to believe that, you will just assert that it is conjecture, and you think that you've made a point in that. And then it's like they had to prove how dumb they were by putting the stupid cherry on the stupid sundae and say one can pretend that given enough time, rocks could conglomerate, rise, and do a soft shoe routine, but it's just not so. And no scientist has ever conjectured that at all. It is a silly, stupid straw man that is pulled out by everyone who has their creationist head shoved right up their creationist ass. And that's all there is to it. So thank you for failing, Nate. You have once again failed so hard. Well, I say once again, I don't know if I've talked to them particularly in the comments before, but they have failed so hard. You can see I just said DNA is not a language. Try again. So another person on the code side that doesn't know anything about this shit. So this person apparently didn't like the length of my video. I love when people watch or pull up my videos, or I don't know, you probably didn't watch the whole thing, but they're like, oh, it's just so long. Save yourself 34 minutes. You know, everyone has a different idea of what they think is too long or too short of a video. And if you think my videos are too long, that's fine. Don't watch them. But the idea that I have to spit as much information at you as fast as I can so that I can somehow fit into your busy schedule is fucking hilarious. I don't care if the video's too long for you, then go on TikTok. They have a whole platform for this. It's called TikTok. You'll never have to be bothered by another long video again. You can just scroll through the videos as fast as possible. That's why they made TikTok. That doesn't mean I've never made a video that was too long, and you're entitled to your own opinion on this. But if your whole, if your first response is to say, oh, this is too long, didn't read, save yourself 34 minutes. Clearly you were just in such a damn hurry because your life is so important and you're such a big shot that you had to get out of there as fast as possible. Go to TikTok. That's I mean, that's the simplest way I can put it. But then it says, so I have a clip in there of Dawkins, Richard Dawkins, saying that DNA is computer code. And Richard Dawkins is wrong. Yes, Richard Dawkins has a lot more education than I do, and obviously he has a huge platform compared to me. I don't care. He's still wrong. And I put a clip in the beginning of the video of Richard Dawkins erroneously claiming that DNA is computer code. So this person says, I just love that he's using a clip of Dawkins, a well-known atheist, saying it's code, and saying that code does not equal God. Sure, it's a true statement, but why use a Dawkins clip? Were there no religious people saying that code equals God? I just thought this was hilarious. Because first of all, yeah, I'm sure I could find clips of apologists saying this as well. I had been thinking about this topic for some time, but I was absolutely inspired to jump on it and make this video when I did, because I saw this from Richard Dawkins. You don't have to agree with me, but I personally feel that my point here is stronger because I am pointing out how even well-known atheists screw up this analogy many, many times. You guys know that I'm not afraid at all of pointing out when an apologist says a stupid thing. I'm not afraid about doing reaction videos where I play the stupid thing that the apologist said. But sometimes one of the best, strongest arguments you can make is when you can show when even the people who are supposedly in your own camp can't get it right. It is, if nothing else, a more intellectually honest rhetorical device to say, look, I'm not just finding the stupidest apologist that I can and playing their clip to tear it down. Instead, I'm showing you where even atheists make this mistake. And that's why I want to make a point of showing you that just because Richard Dawkins said it doesn't make it true. And it doesn't mean I agree with it just because Richard Dawkins said it. And by the way, Richard Dawkins is a fucking douchebag, but that's a whole other discussion. Do a few more of these. I think this one was some preachy shit. Oh, this one is from Matthew. We've seen enough from Matthew today. We don't need to see more from Matthew. Matthew was plastering the hell out of the comments earlier in the chat. I even had to call him out for it and basically tell him stop, because that was just too damn much. Some people don't have a filter. But I don't need to highlight Matthew's stuff anymore. That's for sure. So this person says, warning for the commenters. This is on the Kirk Cameron video. It says, warning for the commenters. FYI, I believe and have faith in Jesus. So thank you for the warning. There is no other way for me to be edified without saying, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Keep me from returning to what you delivered me from. Make me a branch that bears life, not a weapon that deals death. Teach me to love those who use me without becoming a slave to evil. Prune what must die. Grow what only you can grow. Would anyone here even want to fill that role for me, for anyone else, for themselves? For who else has perfected the man? So you can see my answer was, do you feel better now? He says, I know it's rhetorical and you mean to add insult to injury out of your own wicked heart. But let me go ahead and answer that. Blah, 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 blah. Just keep on preaching. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't know what the preachers think that they're doing in the comments. I mean, go ahead, comment on my videos. It counts as engagement. So watch the videos, at least for a few minutes, until you add your comments. Preach away. But what do you think you're accomplishing? I really don't know what these people think that they're accomplishing. Anyway, I think I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. It's been a good night. I have notes now to record the next couple episodes of God-Free Bible Study, which I have to get recorded soon. So that will be happening. But other than that, I hope you guys have enjoyed the evening. We've gotten some pre-reading in on the 2 Samuel, which is a really fun book. And I mean fun in the worst possible way. It's going to get more gross as we go on. So we're going to have... Jonathan says, play Queen from Highlander. So here's the funny thing, Jonathan. You do have to be careful with the stuff that you play. Because if you play any copyrighted music, your stuff will be demonetized really fast. They won't take your channel down, but they will. I don't make much money on the live streams anyway. I think the most profitable live stream I've had in terms of advertising revenue has been like $20 or $25. But you won't even get that if you play anything more than a second or two of copyrighted music. So if I were to play, Queen, or God forbid if I played the Eagles, like they're infamous for like immediately claiming everyone's stuff. So, and I say this knowing that I don't want to take people's copyrighted stuff, but it gets really bad with the music. You have to pretty much make sure you don't play any music that's copyrighted. Like that preachy music clip, I got it from like a royalty-free YouTube site that said you can take this and use it for whatever. And the other ones I have are short, so they're, I'm not going to get demonetized for these. I think the longest one I have is I award you no points.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So, of course, that's from a movie, but that doesn't get you demonetized. But if you play music, I've even heard weird stuff where, like, if you, like, people that are musicians will do, like, they'll try to do a live stream where they don't play a recording. They'll play a riff from some song, and it gets triggered in the content ID system. So you can't, unfortunately, I can't play anything like that on the live stream. But anyway, thank you guys. I will see you Tuesday, 5 o'clock Central, and I'll get out some more videos in the meantime for members to view first. But you guys have a good night. Love all you guys, or at least most of you guys. Appreciate everyone being here, and see you guys soon.